Londonderry Town Council meeting for Monday, June 1st, 2026. Everyone please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First up tonight, I wanted to address some town council business. I want to address the statement regarding Councilor Combs that was read at the last meeting. This statement coincides with the lawful process that is currently underway. We as a council cannot comment further at this time. We need to discuss this matter with legal counsel prior to discussing any further.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to comment on that.
Sure.
All right. I've received numerous inquiries over the past couple of weeks asking me, what's the town council going to do about the charter violations by Town Councilor Coombs that was brought up at the last meeting? I don't see it on the agenda for the evening. As a council, we have acted quickly when someone has made an anonymous complaint against the town manager or a member of the town council. I asked at the last meeting that we act on this and investigate this matter. I spoke to you the other day. You said you were looking into this. So does this mean that you are investigating this? It appears we have a charter violation. What are we going to do about it? This was reported by the town manager. It's his job to report it to us, and we need to take action on this. Can you please tell me, what are we doing?
We are going to review it with legal counsel, which we have not done yet.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that the Londonderry Town Council, pursuant to Section 3.14 of the Londonderry Town Charter, commence a formal inquiry and investigation into the allegations set forth in the memorandum for record dated May 17th, 2026, concerning alleged violations of Section 4.8 of the Town Charter and RSA 49-D:4 by Councilor Ted Coombs. As part of such inquiry, the council shall require the appearance of any town officials, department heads, employees, or other persons possessing relevant information, and may require the production of documents, communications, and other evidence necessary to determine the facts and circumstances surrounding the allegations. The council further directs that all notices required under Section 3.14 of the Charter be provided, and that the inquiry be conducted in accordance with the procedures and due process requirements set forth in the Charter and applicable law. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion from Dan and a second from Deb. Further discussion, Dan, I'll just inform you again that we have not discussed this at all with legal counsel, and at this time I do not feel comfortable moving forward. We have not discussed it at all with them.
And I advise that you don't further interfere with a lawful process.
I'm not interfering with the lawful process. I'm asking that something gets done. We did the same thing with the veterans tax credit. Okay, people came up here and they asked about it, and we kicked that down the road. All right, I don't want to be kicking this down the road. We need to address
this is completely different. This is a legal matter. Everything we've done prior to this, we've discussed with legal counsel prior to doing it. We have not done it with this document.
Wrong.
Well, I disagree because Councilor Paul had a anonymous complaint against her, and we acted on that right away.
We have legal counsel in the room with us. Go ahead, Deb.
I was going to bring that same thing up.
And even in your case, we had legal counsel with us. We have not had any legal counsel.
Can I ask why? Like, what has delayed it? It's been a week or
In the
two.
end of the
Deb, 2
day,
weeks.
the further we talk about this, the more we're interfering with the lawful legal
Deb,
process.
you and Dan both know the reason.
I'm talking to Ron.
Deb, you know the reason we
Feel
haven't.
free to
Please.
keep interfering.
Can I talk to
Please.
Ron, please?
You can
What the
speak.
heck?
Deb, you know the reason we haven't been able to meet with counsel.
I do,
Right.
but I also think we are obligated and owe the people who pay for the council, the people, I mean legal counsel,
Yeah.
excuse me, and pay for, and who have voted us up here,
Yeah.
they are owed an explanation as to why.
Not if we break the law to do it.
and we're not, again,
No, hold on. No,
really,
no, hold on.
Sean, I'm not
Sean, let me
talking to
finish.
you. You can interrupt
I'm
when
part
I'm
of this
done
council
with
too, and I'm
this.
allowed to speak.
When
So-
I'm done. Wait your turn. Do you know how to do that? Did you
There
raise
was
your
a
hand in
space.
school?
Okay,
There was a space.
just,
Ridiculous.
so Deb, I agree that the public is owed an explanation, but I think we need to discuss the legal counsel first, which we have not done.
Okay.
And I think we should bring it back at a different point after we've discussed it.
I agree with you in the sense of what you're saying, but I also agree that people don't understand why we're waiting, and they should know what's going on, because that's kind of the question people have asked me.
Okay.
And I haven't been able to answer because I don't know why, and I don't want to overstep and say, well, blah 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 blah. I think it's up to us as a council, especially you as the
Yeah.
chair, to do a not detailed, but an overview outline as to what's going on. We're looking at this, and because of that, we're looking at this, and that's the reasoning. Because to just say, you got to look into council,
Right.
you don't have a good enough excuse in my mind, or to the residents that I've talked to's mind, and then you can come in, Sean, is what is the reasoning why?
Well, the four of us know the reason why. It's just a
I
matter of whether or
understand.
not we can say it at this point. And that I don't know if we can, Deb.
But Ron, what prevents us from moving on this motion and still speaking to an attorney?
Because in the past we have always
Because the
had
attorney
an-
could advise not to do it.
I'm asking the
No, I'm
chair.
saying that in the past we've always got attorney advice as to the pluses and the minuses and of how to do this. We haven't received that yet.
Well, we have a motion, we have a second, we should vote on it.
Okay. You're good with discussion?
I'm good with discussion.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Opposed?
Chair votes no. Motion fails.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So I have filed a complaint in accordance with the town's charter, and the council is obviously deadlocked at this point, unable to perform its function. So I would ask that the council, in accordance with the provisions of Section 4.10, to assign special counsel to investigate this matter and allow me to do that.
I'll make that motion. I move that the Londonderry Town Council authorize the town manager pursuant to the duties under Section 4.6:A
You can do that now.
of the Londonderry Town Charter to enforce the charter and the laws governing the administration of the town.
Go ahead, Dan. I'm just wondering
Can
how
I
you got all ready to
speak?
go.
I know.
Sean
No,
is
no, I
saying
do my
that
homework.
your words are a script, is what he said.
Okay. So I'll start over again. I'll move that the Londonderry Town Council authorize the town manager pursuant to his duties under Section 4.6:A of the Londonderry Town Charter to enforce the charter and the laws governing the administration of the town, to retain independent legal counsel on behalf of the town for the purpose of investigating, advising upon, and pursuing any actions necessary to enforce the provisions of the town charter relating to the allegations contained in the memorandum for record dated May 17, 2026. Such authorization shall include the authority to obtain legal opinions, conduct legal review of the facts and evidence, advise the town council regarding applicable charter provisions and statutory requirements, and take such further actions as may be necessary to ensure compliance with the enforcement of the town charter. That's my motion.
Okay, a motion from Dan.
Second.
A second from Deb. So Dan, I'm going to follow up again that this council needs to be advised before we vote on this motion. We have not had any advice. So I don't believe this motion, we need to be given time to act on this, what was been presented to us, and we have not had time.
Well, my issue with this, Mr. Chair, is that
Your issue is you're trying to get us to do it without talking to legal counsel.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
I'm speaking to
Yep.
you. My issue is that we've had the same thing with the veterans tax credit, and we had a legal opinion in our hands for a long time.
We don't have a legal opinion, Dan.
Back then, on the veterans tax credit I'm talking about,
Okay.
we had a legal opinion in our hand, and we kept saying we were waiting for legal opinion. So that's why I'm addressing it this way. I've done my homework. I'm prepared for this. So I'd like to move forward with it.
So Dan, I'm going to advise that we do not move forward until we talk to legal counsel. You,
All I'm
all of you know why we haven't spoken to
I
anybody.
understand, but
So-
this is different than the first.
This is different, Mr. Chair. All I'm asking is that we authorize the town manager to move forward.
We can't authorize the town manager until we talk to our.
So Chairman Dunn, you, obviously, one of the two of you could invoke council privilege, which pushes that vote to the 15th. You have the authority to do that.
Okay.
So just keep that in mind. Okay,
Think we take the vote?
that's why I want this on the record.
Yeah. The four of us know the reason we haven't had an attorney yet. So I think it's reasonable to ask that we talk to an attorney and then we can move forward with this.
So, guesstimation, how long do you think it will take?
I have an attorney already that I've spoken to.
So you chose somebody?
I haven't chosen anybody yet, but I have somebody lined up that is willing to speak to us and talk
Have
to
to
us
bring
about
it before the council.
I'm sorry, Ron.
it. I have somebody that's willing to speak to us.
Okay, and do we know when that's going to
I
happen?
would like to call a meeting for us very soon, like within a couple days.
Couple days.
Can we stop the chatter?
So you got a motion?
Okay. All right. I have a motion from Dan, a second from Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
Chair votes no.
Chairman Dunn, once again, the council is deadlocked, unable to move forward. I am required to enforce the provisions of the charter, and I will do so.
We will have a meeting with legal counsel very soon. All right. Prior to me opening public comment, I want to remind everyone of the rules because at the last meeting, things kind of got out of hand. So everyone gets 5 minutes. You get to come up to the mic once. If you want to speak again, you got to wait till the end of the meeting to speak again. Sean keeps track of all of the issues that you bring up. At the end, if we can address the questions, we will. If we can't, we'll address them at the beginning of the next meeting. And overall, the conduct at the last meeting, especially toward the end, really got out of hand. And I'm asking you guys to not talk amongst yourselves. If you want to have a conversation, go out into the lobby. I'm going to do a better job enforcing it. Last time it really got out of hand. There was people talking all over the place, and it's not productive to the people at home, and it's not productive to the people that are trying to speak to us. So I'm asking you guys, if you can have a conversation, if you could have it out in the lobby, that would be much appreciated. If I see it going on and I see it happening, I'm going to call you out. I'm going to ask you to take it to the lobby. I've been very lax on that, and I'm not going to be anymore because people are taking advantage of it. So asking you if you're going to have side conversations, take them outside. This is a public meeting, and everybody in this room deserves to be heard and not be talked over by someone in the crowd. So with that, I'll open public comment. How are you, Ray?
Ray Bryson, 3 Gary Drive. I would like to thank the town council for allowing me to speak. Let me put on my glasses so I can read what I'm reading. I would like to speak briefly to introduce you to the general public to a grassroots group of concerned citizens that have been formed and called the Friends of the Meeting House at Londonderry. The building address is 256 Mammoth Road. That's directly across from the town common. There seems to have been some confusion about that in the past. I would like to introduce the members that have stepped forward to take a well-thought-out, appropriate action to assist the town to return this historic property to its rightful place in Londonderry's town center. Many others would like to join this effort, waiting your approval for this project. And I would like to hand out something to you, if I can.
Absolutely, Ray.
Thank you, Ray.
Excellent. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you, young man.
Oh, that's well. Ray, that's well done. Well put together.
Well, it wasn't just by me, by the way.
Well, to all who put it together, it's well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann Champa, 28 Wedgewood Drive, also a friend of the meeting house at Londonderry. Ray talked about having a group, and we're going to be hopefully moving forward with your okay. We're talking about the meeting house and what it can become. Well, some of us have talked to other people in the community and got an idea who might be interested in joining us into the Friends group, the Arts Council. We can have mini concerts, the Boys and Girls Club, the Women's Club, Blue Lions, the Rotary, Green Team, social gatherings, comedy shows, networking events, educational speakers, blood drives, which I'm all for, local artisan groups and shows, birthdays, anniversary parties, and anything else you want to party for. And best of all, bingo. So,
Awesome.
I hope you'll take what we say during the night. We have 2 public comments, so we'd like to get your ear, and hopefully you'll see our view on the meeting house. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Dave Ellis, 1 Wilshire Drive. I am also on this group. Later, Sean will be presenting his options for the meeting house to council. While this comment addresses that subject, I shall not reiterate the history of the building. You've been told 3 or 4 times. I would like to quote Isaac Hammond, a past state historian. He who takes no interest in the history of his ancestors does not deserve to be remembered by his posterity. This is the most historic building in town, and also the only publicly owned historic building. Will your posterity be the councillor who voted to destroy Londonderry's most historic building?
Hi, I just want to briefly say that as part of this grassroots organization going forward, that the mission or the intent of all of this is to protect and restore and revitalize the meeting house through the community engagement, through partnerships and sustainable planning, so that we can ensure that the historic landmark becomes and remains a part of the living life of Londonderry.
Robin, can you just say your name and address for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. Robin Stewart,
Yeah, thank
522
you.
Mammoth. Thank you.
Okay.
I was told there was 5, so I was waiting. I guess there's only 4. Quick, I actually had to write it down tonight. The one that wasn't on the list, this investigation. To me, it sounds like talking to legal is part of investigating this, but I don't really understand why you're not going to do that. Chatter, absolutely, there was a lot of chatter in the meeting out here last week. There's also a lot of chatter up there. So I hope the chatter is stopped on both sides. First one that I actually had written down. In 2024, Town Council passed an ordinance. I believe it was members on the council was Ron Dunn, Ted Combs, and Sean Faber. Basically, it was creating a fee structure for 91A requests. Part of that was a new thing that they put in where you get the first 250 emails free. After that, you're charged $1 unless you get an exception. Town manager Malaguti at the time said basically it was a way to cut down. He didn't say fishing, but that's what these are. Fishing expeditions of 91As. He did say, however, he hoped to eliminate people, quote, sitting in their living rooms and filing a 91A for the last 10 months of emails from the town manager. It's just a little bit of history. There was a 91A filed last week or the week before, I forget the date, by Councilor Combs. He is requesting all emails that the town manager sent from December 1st, 2025 until apparently when the 90A was put in. I followed up with the town manager and asked some questions. That would be approximately 15,470 emails based on the ordinance that Councilor Combs and the three of you passed. Councilor Combs should be charged $15,220 for that, unless he has an exception. So I'd like to know if there's going to be an exception granted and how they're granted. Because in the meeting when the resolution was passed, it was also stated that this really wouldn't affect anyone because in the last few years, there'd only been 2 91As that this might have affected. This seems to be one of the largest 91As filed in quite a while. Third one, I put in a 91A and I asked for information regarding an investigation of the town manager because I believe there is an investigation of the town manager going on. We're just not being told about it. So I asked for the complaints and I asked for any documents related to the investigation. It took 7 days, actually 8-9 days, to get a final response which said, we'll decide in 30 days whether or not we're going to grant your request. Don't understand that one again. So I'm going to ask straight out, is the town manager of Londonderry being investigated? If so, by who and what organization? Number 4, several months ago, Councilor Paul brought up the idea of, I think, what she called as a liaison to Concord, basically someone that pays attention to Concord with bills going on and things that might affect Londonderry, comes back and reports to the town council. That was frowned upon by, I believe, 2 or 3 town councilors. It didn't move forward. I'd like to point out that one of the town councilors that frowned upon that was Sean Farber. He said, Concord does what Concord does and we do what we do. I'd also like to point out that Councilor Farber is now part of a weekly group that's backed by a bunch of Free Staters, very Free Stater friendly, which is very housing and increasing housing friendly. And they talk about things like what's going on in Concord this week. How do we get the message across? How do we get bills passed? Strange that we don't have a liaison to Concord, but we have a town councilor now that is basically following up on this. The last one, Facebook training was mentioned. There was a couple of complaints filed, and the town council decided just to ignore them and not do anything. We were told that there'd be Facebook training for all of Londonderry. Now that we're moving into election season, I would really like to know what the town's policy is on elected officials, whether they have an official Facebook page or a Facebook page that they call themselves a town councilor or state rep. If it's permissible for them to hide and delete comments, because that has been going on. We had a state rep, Republican Doug Thomas. He did this a few years ago. It was addressed with the ACLU. The ACLU got involved, and he decided to take down his Facebook page because he didn't like that he couldn't block and delete comments. Again, we asked lots of questions. We'll most likely get no answers. But there's some serious problems in this town.
I need to respond.
Time.
Yeah, you should follow the rules.
You want to respond at the end?
Yeah, no, I'm going to respond now.
Okay.
Just to clear up, my weekly meeting with the organization I chair that is statewide policy has nothing to do with your conspiracy theories about the Free State Project. It's well known I chair an organization that deals with policy. He's also a state rep who deals with state policy. We both deal with state policy. It has nothing to do with if this town council decides that they should be involved in matters of the state when the town council in this body is to be involved in the matters of this town.
Can I respond?
Sure, I'll allow that. Yes.
Conspiracy theory? First of all, I don't have a conspiracy theory.
Just
Chatter.
Please continue, Glenn.
Respect goes both ways, people. You expect us to respect you, and this is what's going on. This is why I tell people to come to these meetings to see what happens when it's not on camera. I don't have a problem with the Free State Project. Actually, when the Free State Project started, I tried to join, but they said, sir, you already live in New Hampshire. You can't do that. Free State Project, in my opinion, has veered off from its original intent. It is not a conspiracy theory. What that group, the New Hampshire Liberty Alliance, because apparently you can't say it out loud, pushes is they're pushing huge amounts of building that's overriding all kinds of local zoning laws. We could potentially have a massive boom in housing in this town. That is not a conspiracy theory. And if it is a conspiracy theory, I challenge you to find any place that I've said it's a conspiracy theory.
I'm not going to
Thank
go
you.
back and forth and fact check.
Just
with you.
thank you, Glenn.
That's where this back and forth.
I know, but just stop. Thank you,
This
Glenn.
isn't even relevant.
No, just thank you. I just wish you. Christine, how are you?
Good. Christine Perez, 5 Leslie Drive. I just think the town should be aware that we have a huge bill coming up this Thursday that would put a tax cap, you'd all have to vote on in November, that would put a tax cap throughout the entire state. This is going, a tax cap on your school district. I have spoken to the the school board members and to the superintendent of schools. They are dramatically against this because of what they are doing moving forward and what it would do. As you recall, I put in a tax cap warrant article 2 years ago that was made into a study committee, and that study committee did a fantastic job and showed how it would destroy the teachers and how it would destroy education. And you have to realize that one of the Liberty Alliance that our town councilor is head of is in favor 100% of this being pushed forward. This will destroy public education in multiple towns throughout the state.
Thank you. How are you, Tom?
Great. Tom Esty, lifelong resident. 2 sets of rules for 2 sets of people in this town. I said it once, I'll say it again. A little over a year ago, John came forward and wanted an investigation on Deb Paul. You 3 clowns had no problem saying, yeah, we'll have an investigation. And how much money did it cost the town? Do you have that number, Mr. Mc...
I don't
Tom, address the chair, please.
What?
We'll address. We can answer the question at the end.
So, Dan asked John not to do the investigation, but he did anyway. And then John's posse all came up and said, yeah, I think that would be a great idea. And they all did. And you guys went along with it. And then it cost us a shitload of money, didn't it? Cost the town a shitload of money, right? You tonight could have said, you know what? That would be a good idea to have an investigation. Instead, like Dan said, kick it down the road. You could have said, yep, we're going to have an investigation. The 91As. Several years ago, we had to listen to the chair, John and Jim, saying, because of the kings of 91As, Jonathan Esposito and Glenn Douglas, and they had 91As, and all it was doing was costing the taxpayers money. So with this stupid thing that Teddy Coombs is doing, what's it costing us?
Yeah, address the chair. We'll answer it at the end. We got a list of questions.
No, I would like an answer now because you know the dollar amount. So it's going to take 2 seconds to answer me. What's the dollar amount?
We just said
it's in the tens of thousands of dollars. Tens of thousands. Do you guys enjoy wasting money? Over a year and a half ago or whatever it was, I saved the town money. I saved the town $15,000 because they were ready to hire some out-of-state company and ready to spend $15,000 to $19,000. So when are you gonna actually step up, Ron, do your job, and say, yeah, I agree with Dan and Deb. I wouldn't expect you, Sean. You're an out-of-stater. You don't even frickin' belong here. You should go back to the state you came from. That's all I have to say.
Good evening.
Good evening. Janet Hoodalaw, 5 Stony Point Drive. A couple of comments from what I've heard tonight, or this evening. I think it would be, in my opinion, and I used to do criminal investigations, it would be a conflict of interest for the town manager who's involved in the charges against the town council, essentially his boss, to be involved in any investigation or proceeding. It just seems very logical and very legal, okay? And I also had noticed he's had comments against 2 of the town managers that are in disagreement with him, that you have been, let's see, we had an election, and we have a minority opinion, and we have a majority opinion on the town council, okay? The minority doesn't like the majority. They've coalesced with the town manager, and we have a conflict, okay? So let's just put it out there. That's the way it is. And the election wasn't even close on what was involved. The other thing, I've gone through the policies. I was challenged last time that I didn't know what was going on. So I've gone through some of the policies that were proposed by the town manager to the town council. And I wanted to know why there wasn't movement, because our esteemed state rep, Christine Perez, had said, you know, what, you hadn't done anything, what hadn't happened. And so I got to share a little more experience. I used to be a university instructor for business and communications. I've written at least 20 statewide policies. I've written procedures, rules. I've been in every court in the state of California, except I didn't make it to the Supreme Court or the Retirement Board on representing evidence or in issues. So I have a little bit of experience in the process. So I went through the policies and I figured out why you didn't act on them so far, although you haven't spoken to that, okay? There are problems with them. They're written with a slant, and they're not all necessarily, they propose legal terms to support them, but they're from a certain direction. So they need more work, and I think some of you have thought that. Some of you know he's put it together. He did it. He's brilliant. You are brilliant. I'm not supposed to talk to you, but he's absolutely brilliant. He's done a good job. There's minor things that happen to all of us when we write, typos, grammar, and format, but it's a good effort, but it's not ready for prime time. There's changes, and that's hard for some of us to take, but as I said, I've been through the process. I've had to sit there and take it, okay? And it was right. And I would rather have you all come to an agreement with what we put together, because you represent us all, not any special interest group, and I want to see that happen more, okay? And not go by personalities or who likes what. And these policies have to be written to stand the test of time, and they're not that way now, okay? And some of the policies I wrote lasted 20 years. Some of them, as far as I know, are still in existence, okay? They assigned it to others to redo it, but they couldn't do it. Didn't happen. And the cost of the 91As, I believe in your estimates that you got from the town manager, there's a bit of a bias amount, because you can look at the total number of emails you've done and put a cost figure on it, but it was specific. And also, I would expect this for Deb Paul, and I would speak strongly for it, and she would know that I would, from my history with her and her legal battles. Ted Combs has a right to the information, period. Okay? If it involves him and he's trying to represent himself, he has a right to it. Whether he's wrong or right on the final outcome, he has a right to represent himself. So I would hope that you would take that in consideration, as you would equally for any one of you up here that is vulnerable to complaints, including the town manager. So I don't presume it would be that much. As I said, I've done investigations, so and it wouldn't be that amount. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else with public comment? How are you, Kevin? Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Kevin Smith, 6 King Philip Drive. You may recall that I was here at the last meeting and spoke during the public comment portion of the discussion on the PUD. And my comments that evening were very limited to the false and inaccurate statements that were made by Councilor Paul in public and also in her newspaper. And so it's somewhat ironic that I'm up here again tonight to talk about inaccurate statements that have been printed in the local newspaper. And just as a reminder, the Londonderry Times is owned and published by Councilor Paul. Her business receives money from the town of Londonderry for the ads that it runs in that paper. And the article in question this week was written by Councilor Paul's husband, Chris Paul. So I'll let you draw whatever ethical conclusions you want to draw from that. The article was about the PUD discussion at the last meeting. And there's no less than 3 people quoted in the story with their negative comments about Woodmont, which is fine. People are entitled to their own opinion. But then at the very end of the article, and I'm going to read you the one paragraph, it says, Planning Board member Tony G. Francesco and Woodmont Representative Kevin Smith were the only residents to speak in favor of the PUD during the hearing. Now, I'll let Tony speak for himself. He's very good at that. But I'm going to speak for myself. You all were at that hearing. You all heard what I said. I did not say one word, negative or positive, against the PUD that was being discussed that night. My comments were limited to the inaccurate statements that Councilor Paul has made in the past about the PUD ordinance, not what was written in this newspaper this past week. Now, I'm not looking for a correction here this evening. I'm not looking for a retraction. God knows this is not the first time, and it won't be the last, that something was grossly misreported in this paper. And I hesitate to even call it a newspaper because these are not objective reporting. These are opinion pieces at best. But I'm here tonight because I want this all on the record for people listening tonight and for people listening in the future, that of a lot of what they're reading in here is misrepresented. The people of this town deserve better, and the taxpayers whose money are going to this newspaper deserve better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Dunn, may I respond to that, please? You allowed Mr.
You may, because
Faber
I did
to.
allow Sean to speak, yes.
Thank you very much. The quote that I supposedly said was, that Mr. Smith said that I said, is that Woodmont made out. And if we look at the, which has been stated, the land use tax is what that was in reference to, and how it was applied to Woodmont was not done correctly, which the taxpayers lost money on. You can interpret that any way you want. And I welcome you to write to me if my reporters get anything wrong, and you can prove it to me that it is incorrect or inaccurate, I will run a correction. That has not happened. It happens every now and then, and we do run the correction. I've gotten a date wrong. I've gotten a number wrong. Maybe misquoted someone, and we do run a correction. Where we get our stories are directly from the minutes or the meetings themselves. They're not opinions. They're what happened, AKA Cliff Notes of this meeting. You can interpret things any way you want, but the fact is that, Mr. Smith, I welcome you to point out exactly how that land use tax played out for Woodmont. Was it positive for them, or was it negative for the town? Please. Thank you.
All right. All right. Anybody else in public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Oh, okay. Sorry. Hey. No, sorry. Come on up.
Sorry.
You're good.
Mr. Chairman,
You're
members
good.
of the council, Mr. Town Manager, and ladies and gentlemen here with me tonight and also at home. My name is Patrick Cheatham. I'm a police officer and a captain with our police department and also a proud Londonderry resident. And I just wanted to quickly share some of the great work going on in our community over the last month. We've recently back on Sunday, May 17th, had Cone with a Cop at Max Apples. We were invited over there. We had 3 or 4 officers, as well as Rio, members of the fire department. I wasn't able to make it, but it was a beautiful day, and a lot of families and children were there, and we're thankful to Max for inviting us. The day before, we participated in YMCA Healthy Kids Day. Officers Matt Morin and Rafael Ribeiro, are 2 of our 3 K-9 officers, did K-9 demonstrations. We also had our motor unit and other members there, and that also was a beautiful day. I know, surprising in New Hampshire to have a sunny weekend, right? But both of those days were beautiful. While I don't participate in the organization of Concert on the Commons, officers are often present on Wednesday nights. I just wanted to remind everyone, the first Concert on the Commons is this Wednesday. It appears to be sunny and 78. It's a jazz ensemble, I think, with some of our student musicians as well as others, and always want to get the word out. It's usually well attended. I don't know who the food truck vendor is this year, unfortunately, but it's always been wonderful. So if you can make it out there, and Officer Sean Benoit, Rio, and I make it throughout the year. I can't be there, unfortunately, this Wednesday, but it's a really great time for any age group, and it's very informal, so don't think that if it's your first time, don't be intimidated by attending. I also wanted to just remind everyone, on Saturday, October 3rd, is our annual Senior Resource Expo. I sit on that committee as a representative of the police department with Councilor Bouchard and others, and that'll be at the Londonderry High School Gymnasium again, so October 3rd. And last thing I'd like to just share with and my children, actually, we were driving up Mammoth Road the other day, and they're reading off all the names of all the students that are graduating. And they said, "Daddy, why are their names up there? Why are their faces up there?" And so I said, well, this is something that we do in our community. And I follow different social media groups, probably like many people here. And I think that sometimes people forget why it is that we actually do this banner program. And it started in 2019 during COVID because our high school seniors could not have a formal graduation like we were normally accustomed to. So back then, I believe it was, and if I leave anyone out of this, I apologize. I'll come back up in 2 weeks. But I believe it was Katie Sullivan from our high school, Dave Wally, who was a is a longtime town resident, but yet to be an employee here of our community, as well as Ken Sanis, Londonderry resident, president of St. Mary's Bank, got together with Londonderry Rotary and put together the first ever senior banner program. And because it was so well received by our community, we decided as a community to continue that program. So those banners are paid for by Londonderry Rotary. The members of the police department assist with traffic control on the different tight spots on Mammoth Road. Katie Sullivan and many of her students volunteer to organize, and it's and Londonderry Rotary also. It takes probably about 24 hours. And Dave, you can speak to it better than me, but trying to sort banners by alphabet and things like that. But it's really one of the cool things I think our community continues to do. I hope we continue to do it in the future. Members of the DPW, they installed those brackets that, it's not easy to do that, right? They don't look like they're as high as they are, but they actually are. And so I just wanted to recognize Ken Sanis, Bob Bean of Minuteman Press, Crystal Ashman, who's a Londonderry resident, a local realtor, and Mike Lucci, our past president. They really spearhead this program. I'm honored to participate, but I really just assist with some traffic control coordination. They do the lion's share of the work, and I really do think that in the American flags that we see on Memorial Day, 4th of July, and I think at Labor Day as well, it makes our community special. And then you also realize how many Evans, Avas, and Ethans there are in one graduating class, yes. Right? I'd also like to thank Longchamp Electric, Eversource, Comcast, Sousa Science, and again, DPW. They, except for I don't say except for DPW, but those private organizations volunteer boom trucks, they volunteer staff, and they not only put those banners up, but they take them down. And I believe we're taking them down on June 23rd. So I can't thank those companies enough, those volunteers. And I just saw so many social media posts. People didn't know where this banner program came from. It doesn't happen by accident. It doesn't happen by chance. And I've never seen it anywhere else. I guess Londonderry leads the way in that respect. It's you guys know I like to say that. Yeah. But it's again a really cool thing about our community. So appreciate the town's support. Appreciate all those private organizations, and also I really wanted to showcase Londonderry Rotary because they spend several $1,000s on that program. And I was speaking to Representative Perez before the meeting, and it dawned on me that because of Londonderry Rotary, we now have the Bring Back the Skills Trades Expo. It was a presentation at a morning meeting at the Coach Stop where that executive director came in, making a pitch for their program and for raising some funds. And again, I just wanted to showcase, I don't think Leonard A. Rotary sometimes gets the credit that they deserve. It's a wonderful organization, always looking for new members. I serve as a liaison from our police department, and they do such amazing work in our community. I'm very thankful for their membership, for their friendship, and for what they do for us. So thank you for indulging me, and much appreciated.
And thank you for what you do. Appreciate it. Oh, please.
I tell you, following up against Cheatham my whole career, and Chris Olson, two of the best speakers in the PD's history. So it's always hard to follow up with these gents. You're going to hear a lot from us tonight on traffic. But I wanted to talk to you guys about something that you may not know. I spoke to the town manager about doing this either before or at the end of today's meeting. But there's a lot of folks here, and they deserve to hear this. Detective Cam Verrier, he's our juvenile detective. He's been employed with us since 2019. He had 3 years of law enforcement service before he came here, and he's a Marine. Cam is a dedicated professional, to say it the best way possible. For those of you in this room, I need to say it as nicely as possible. Cam Verrier deals and sees the most heinous crimes in our community involving children. Sex assaults, exploitation, videos, pictures, you name it. He sees a lot. He handles these things for the moms and dads, and he does it the appropriate channels. And let me tell you, folks, the amount of hours that he puts in for one investigation, many people would quit, except for Cam. Here's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about how amazing our staff is. And we've always talked about highlighting our employees. In December of 2025, at our annual award ceremony, Cam was nominated by his peers, not by his command staff, but his peers, to be the 2025 Officer of the Year. That's a pretty damn good recognition from your peers. December of 2025, Cam was awarded the American Legion Jeremy Sharon Officer of the Year Award. I won't go into all of that, but some of you may recall that Jeremy Sharon was an Epsom police officer, and he lost his life in the line of duty. In April of 2026, Cam was a recipient, and he was awarded the Champion for Children Award from the Rockingham County Child Advocacy Center for his efforts in the town of Londonderry. Last Friday, some members of the command staff and I attended the American Legion Annual Summit in Nashua, New Hampshire, where Cameron was presented with the 2025 American Legion New Hampshire Officer of the Year Award. Now, there is over 100 American Legions in the state of New Hampshire. There's over 300 law enforcement agencies in the state of New Hampshire. And your guy, our guy, won that one too. He's going to have Cam here tonight, but I think he needs a break from recognition. He deserves that. So Cam is not here tonight. But Cam's name is going to be entered into the National American Legion Officer of the Year Award. So I have to go strong arm 50 other states to make sure they pull his name out of the hat. So he was chosen by New Hampshire's Board and Commission for selection on that. And one last tidbit about Cam, in case you may see Cam on our Facebook page, Cam is also a member of the Chad hockey team, and he's been doing fundraisers for the children at Dartmouth for the last 6 years. So if you folks happen to see Cam Verrier out and about in our community, please thank him. He is amazing. And God help us, if we ever need Cam, he's the guy you want for your problem in your home. He's the guy. So I'm beyond proud of him. He's amazing, and I wanted to share that with you folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that great news, I'll close public comment. Gonna go a little bit out of order.
Can I say something?
Hold on.
Can I just tell you why? It's
Gee,
for the Historical Society.
hold on, I'm doing it now.
Say something.
Yeah, I'm doing it now. Hold on. I'm gonna go a little bit out of order. Miss Green asked me if I could bring her subject up a little bit higher so they could get home a little bit earlier. So if Miss Green and the group with the Historical Society wants to come up now, we will address the topic of the Londonderry Historical Society regarding the Perry House materials. No problem. Happy to do it for you.
Hello, everyone.
Yes.
So when we were before you back in, I believe it was February, we asked permission based on Linda's request on behalf of the Historical Society to get some information on how we could release the mortgage and security agreement on these materials. Just to refresh everybody's memory, these are the materials from the Perry House that was dismantled on Gilcrest Road, relocated to the property at the Londonderry Historical Society at 140 Pillsbury Road, has been in trailers since. The original agreement suggested that the Historical Society would need to reassemble the house by a certain date, but that date was never established, or at least we don't have a record of that date. If that didn't happen, the materials would revert back to the town. However, the materials, the cost of the house, as the Historical Society has indicated, is simply prohibitive to reassemble at this point in time. There is a foundation in the property, but there's not enough of the materials left to reassemble the entire house without a substantial investment totaling well over $1 million at this point. And so the Historical Society has asked that the town take action on this mortgage and security deed. In my cover sheet, I outlined the 4 options that we have before you after discussing with legal counsel, distilled for, basically listed for as in public record. Option 1 is to direct the town manager to undergo the procedure to release the security interest and the mortgage interest on the property and allow the Historical Society to dispose of the wood and the trailers as they see fit. This option has probably the lowest, one of the lower financial investments for the town in terms of what it would cost to do, because it simply is just filing the paperwork and letting the Historical Society take over from there. It would also resolve it extremely quickly. The second option is to enact the terms of the deed and take the materials back. That would involve relocating them from the Historical Society, storing them, and then disposing of them under the town's disposition of property. That could be, that's probably, of these 4 options that I have laid out here, probably the most costly. We did not get into how much that would cost unless we are directed to do so. Option 3 would be releasing the mortgage and security deed, but with provisions, with some guidelines on them. It has to be used for this, basically whatever guidelines that the council would feel fit to put on there. And the 4th option is to take no action at this time. That option, while free, is probably one of the most challenging, because it will just take this and keep this question active for the future, because it is highly unlikely that the Historical Society will be able to do anything with this building. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Linda to add anything that she would like to from the Historical Society perspective.
Linda Green, 22 Sugar Plum Lane, president of the Londonderry Historical Society. Thank you all for taking up our issue. This wood has been sitting in 2 trailers for over 20 years, and they're deteriorating more and more rapidly. What I would really like to see happen is that we would be able to sell this to someone who would be able to put it up as a historic home, ideally use it as a teaching tool for young students or anyone who's interested in putting a historical building up. So that is really where we're trying to head at this point, to in whatever way you folks think is proper to develop.
So would that be option 1, to do what Ms. Green is?
That's my option.
Okay, yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
It is the Historical Society's preference that option 1 is what they've asked for and what they would prefer we move forward with.
Any questions from the council? Any discussion? Or are you good with going with option 1?
I'm good with option 1.
Deb, are you? Dan, anything?
I think option 1 would work for them, and that'd be appropriate.
I just want to mention one
No,
thing.
please,
it would be nice if we don't know what's going to happen to the Lions Hall meeting, whatever the heck, that white building, what's going to happen to it. If it does get a go-ahead later on tonight to do something, it would be nice if we could incorporate some of that stuff within that town building, because it is town history. I mean, I don't know. And I understand selling it because the Historical Society would make some money off of it, which would be nice. I do hope you reach out to Kit Plummer, whose son goes around the state teaching, rebuilding old stuff. It would be nice if it was to go to them, but I'm fine with one.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that.
Yeah.
Just put it in your head somewhere when you're doing it. Not telling you what to do.
Thank you.
Are we
I would prefer, even if we got 0 for it, if it would go to someone who is willing to put it up as a historic building and also as an educational experience. That's my number one. I don't care if we make nothing from it at this point.
But you're happy with option 1?
Yes.
And we're all in agreement with option 1?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So, Mr. Chair, at that point, we would just need a motion directing the town manager to take all steps necessary to.
Okay.
So I would like to make a motion to have the town manager take steps necessary to execute option 1.
I have a motion from Sean.
Which is, just to be further clear, option 1 is release the town's mortgage and security interest.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
A second from Deb. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 4-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mind if I
Back up.
speak now?
Oh, no. And not to the end. We got to keep some decorum here tonight. Up next, under new business, we have a presentation from Vinnie Curro on Londonderry Child Passenger Safety Program celebrating 25 years of community service. Thank you for your patience, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the Town Council. Tonight, I'd like to introduce a couple of attendees. One may be familiar to some people in the room today. So I have Cindy Tuttle, who's a member of our board, been a volunteer with us for I don't know how many years. She's a former instructor. She goes back to one of the first instructors in the Child Passenger Safety Program in the state of New Hampshire and across the country. And Officer Brad Warner, retired. Brad and I, and you'll see in the PowerPoint, took the class together to become technicians and eventually started the program. So if it's okay with you, we'll start.
Absolutely.
If I can remember which buttons it is. So today is actual National Say Something Nice Day today.
Oh, hey.
So we're gonna, maybe we can change things up a little bit. Huh, Dan? What do you think? You've got a smile. There you go. So the beginning of the program was May of 2000 when Brad and I, Brad's now retired, and I took the 4-day child passenger safety technician class up in Hooksett. We didn't know each other. I basically saw the roster and saw there was somebody from Londonderry, went over, introduced myself. We chatted after we took the class. Pretty intense class when you don't really know what you're getting into. And we became, very good friends, and we decided to start the program in town. In order to start the program, because you needed supplies, it's part of the technician learning process, is that you need things to do what you need to do. So then Chief Al Sypek, we heard about the Rotary Club. So 25 years ago, almost 26 years ago, Chief Sypek went to his volunteers and members of the Rotary Club who donated $500 towards us, and my employer, Interstate Electrical out of Bedford, purchased 15 car seats for us, and that's how we started the program, working out of then Central Station. So we were doing inspections kind of like individual. Brad was going to people's houses,
I was meeting them, and wherever you needed to, we needed to kind of regroup a little bit and figure out what we were going to do. On May 11th of 2001, we conducted our first public event. For those of you who were around back then, the Londonderry Early Education Program used to be over in Action Boulevard. They're now at Moose Hill School, but before Moose Hill School was built, they were over there. They would do their yearly Leap Fest, Londonderry Early Education Program Fest. We joined forces, and we did our first public event over in Matthew Thornton in the parking lot. And that day we did 101 car seats. It was one of those things that you wish, like, why did we do what we did? But after that, one of our instructors was a police officer up in Manchester, and he said, for those taking this course, you either get it and you live it, or you don't. And luckily, Brad and I were two that we got it, and we enjoyed it. Derry Fire took guys off the line and brought in station coverage basically on overtime because their technicians that they had were all on duty, and sent them over so they could help us to do 101 car seats. So it was a heck of a day. So since then, we brought the program to both the administration of Londonderry Fire, Londonderry Police, and they supported the program right from the beginning. When Station 2 was built, it was a little bit better lighting and a little bit cleaner for us, so we moved down there. We've set up monthly stations. We do 2 scheduled monthly inspections per month, and we do special, if we need to, fit them into the schedules, as a lot of people in the room here have participated in our event, so it's been pretty good. We added safety days. So we kind of took Leap Fest and we just added it on a little bit. That's when Moose Hill School was built. So we did our first, we call it a child safety day at the time. We did that over at Moose Hill School. The administration over at the school district was fantastic. Moose Hill PTA just jumped right in helping us out. After we did a couple of events over there, we got a phone call saying, hey, you did a great job, but it's too good because we don't have enough room, you got to move. So then we moved over to Matthew Thornton. We did a total of 17 safety days throughout all the years, which was pretty good. It's just a time-consuming, and number of volunteers was a little tough, so we kind of held off there. Some memories, that's Vince and Larry, our crash dummies, and Buckle Up Bear with some of our participants that helped us out that day. One of our floats. People want to know if there were real kids in there. So some of the things that was putting this together, and you ever have one of those things that you wonder why you did something and you don't realize just why you did it until later on? Well, the picture in the top left, that's one of our former call firefighters. He's now an assistant chief up in Lancaster. That was part of our smokehouse trailer. The state and New Hampshire Fire Marshal's office would bring the trailer down with staffing, and our fire inspector, Brian Johnson, would staff it, and we would have our call firefighters man it. So what Brian would do which was awesome, you talk about presenter, he's awesome, is he would bring the families in and he'd discuss how to get out of a building, fire safety, everything, and then we fill the building up with smoke, okay, non-toxic, even though the kids would cough, it's okay. And then we would take our callmen like Chris and go in and would show them how to evacuate the building. So one of the years that we did it, about 2 months after safety day, we had a house fire up on Auburn Road, and Brian called me up and he says, hey, you're not going to believe this. Brian went up to do the investigation after the fire, and the homeowner came out and hugged him. It was because of the presentation that Brian did that he knew to get his 3 kids out of the house. They would not have survived. We know that for a fact. That house was so destroyed. So that's why we do what we do, and we've been doing it as long as we have. So then we expanded. We became, between Londonderry Fire and Londonderry Police, we all had technicians at one point in time. We all worked together. We staffed our hotline that we do, our information line. We watched our emails. And now our new motto is a collaborative effort of Londonderry Fire, Londonderry Police, the New Hampshire CPS program, which oversees all the programs throughout the state, and our amazing volunteers. Because other than, you know, a couple of us who get paid to do it, I get my call, pay $11.50 an hour, still there. We're all volunteers doing this. So we now have 2 monthly scheduled inspection stations. We add special ones when we need to. We've done presentations at the local schools, organizations, whoever invites us over. One of our telecommunication operators, Brittany Hessen, just became certified in February. So now we have another staff member who's a certified technician. We've received calls from Londonderry Police, New Hampshire State Police, all for assistance needing a car seat. They'll have a traffic stop, and you know, maybe there's a child that's unrestrained, or they've been involved in a crash and they need a seat replaced. We'll meet them. We've met them on the side of the road. We met them at Station 2 just a few months ago. Give them a seat, go over with the officer real quick what to do. They give them the information on the program, and hopefully they come and see us and make sure that it's in all together. During kids' nights, we always had our fun giving out Italian ice and you know, putting the kids through the safety check to make sure that they're looking good. So by the numbers, so this goes through April of 2026, so just under the 25th year. We're at 3,122 cars or car seats that we inspected. 300 is how many that we found correct, that we didn't need really to make any correction to. Even if they're correct, we still check them to make sure that they haven't been recalled, that there's nothing broken on them. Number of incorrect seats, or that we had to make changes, is 2,270. We've taken 78 seats out of service. Wow. And we've donated 295. And that all started from the 15 seats and the $500 that we donated. We have an information line. It was set up at the PD, actually, that can ring to both now. Thanks to our amazing IT department in town, they work together. So if they dial the PD or Londonderry Fire, it all goes into one voicemail now. We've had over 905 emails received. We've had 585 new installations, so that's someone who just doesn't have a clue as to what they're doing. We'll take that seat out of the box of them and show them how to do it properly. And since we started doing the plastic recycling down at the drop-off center, we've recycled 186 seats. So currently we're at 89% of every seat that we've checked has needed some type of correction. Wow. Just a little bit under what the national average is of 91 to 92%.
That's amazing.
Some milestones. Cindy, you have one?
I do. So injury prevention is one of those things that it's really hard to measure, right? Because you don't know what you save. You don't know truly the full impact of it. Because if it's doing its job, it's protecting the child or the adult with the seatbelt on. And I'm a nurse in Concord, and we have a fitting station as well. But I've worked at many of the events. In fact, I saw my backside in one of those pictures up there. And with that, it's so interesting because we have a fitting station on a monthly basis, similar to what is happening here. And we had a mom that came to us that was court ordered because she had an incorrectly installed car seat. She came to our fitting station. She was very anxious. She wanted to get her seat replaced. She felt it was incorrect. Her seat indeed was incorrect. It was not it was needed to be replaced. It had damage to it. We worked with her. We showed her how to install her seat multiple times over because she really wanted to get going. This really wasn't her true focus. But over time, she learned. She put her child in correctly. She learned how to use the car seat, and we sent her off feeling pretty good about the situation. Unfortunately, a few months after this, she was involved in a fatal crash, a head-on collision. She, as a driver, was distracted. And when this was further investigated by our state medical examiner, it was very clear that the car seat saved her child's life, who was a 4-year-old. And it was an absolutely amazing recognition that seeing that car seats do save lives. The work that Vinnie Brad has done over the years is absolutely amazing, and it's so hard to quantify the effects of that because, again, injury prevention is really not that measurable. But having seen it firsthand, it's absolutely amazing, and you're so fortunate to have this program supported by Londonderry.
So one of our milestones that we had is we had a client who came in to have her car seat checked because her son just wasn't fitting right in it. 2 months later, she was involved in a crash up on Rockingham Road, and she had called us to tell us that she actually thought, she truly thought that the changes that we made, prevented her child from serious injury or even worse, right? So when Governor Hassan signed the current booster seat bill into law, they were looking for participants to speak on behalf of child passenger safety. So I was able to get a hold of the client. She actually, Mom actually talked in front of the crowd when we were there, and her son sat on Governor Hassan's lap while she actually signed the bill. And that was awesome to see. So a couple of the other milestones is our marketing manager at work has helped us create our rack card and our new flyer. We're distributing those through the fire department and the police department. We have some over at the town clerk's office. And in March of this year, we did what we believe is our first second-generation seat. So grandparents-to-be, 24 years ago, had their daughter's car seat checked at Central Station, and the 24-year-old daughter's now having her first child. So we've made it to the second generation that we know of. So I just want to recognize Brad, who's here. Without Brad and his support, I want to say it would have hit a dead end because there was no way that, it's just overwhelming for one person. So past members, I got how many names you guys remember up there, right? So Chris Childs, who's one of our SROs, is retired. Adam Lane, who's one of the SROs, retired. Dan Perry was a tech. He's still on the team. Officer Paul Mueller, Assistant Chief Fred Heinrich, when he was a lieutenant, became a car seat tech and helped us out. Lieutenant Mike Gillespie, there's a name from the past, also was a tech and helped us out. He actually helped us get the trailer that we have all of our stock in now that the fire department didn't have a need for, which was pretty good. So current members is myself and Brittany Hessen, who we had said has just became an amazing 4 months now. She's been on since she took the class out in Hampton. I was lucky enough to be an instructor for a couple of the days. You may remember Chief Michael McQuillan. So he was battalion chief here in Londonderry, retired. He's now down in Berlin, Mass. He's been an absolute godsend as far as putting us in the right direction when we need help, who to contact. Cindy's here. And Laura Bauer is one of our techs. She was also a second level tech that helps out new techs. So she's been with us for 7 years. And then Courtney and Allie both joined our board and been volunteers helping us out. That group text, they're the ones that are on it. I need help and I need help tomorrow. And one of these is always willing to step up. So, again, thank you to everyone, the council, the administration, IT, Public Works helping us out when we did our safety days, school board, the school administration. Everybody's had a team effort in this. And hopefully Brittany's going to get the bug and continue the program even longer. So, but wanted to do something nice and recognize the program and everyone who has been involved in it. It's just been fantastic to be part of it. And, every now and then you get a little, overwhelmed between phone calls and all, and then you get the good word, and it really means a lot. So, and thanks to Cindy and Brad for coming down.
I just want to say thank you all. This is just amazing when you see positive stuff like this done by a community and the amount of lives affected, the amount of lives saved. I'm personally grateful to you all. This is just great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would concur.
We are a nonprofit. Continue.
Up next, we're going to discuss and review the relicensing of Murray's Auto and Recycling.
I am going to recuse myself.
Okay. Let the record show that Councilor Paul has recused herself. Is Brad going to do this? Okay, perfect. There he is. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Council. My name is Brad Anderson from Raymond, New Hampshire. I'm Assistant Building Inspector, here to represent Murray's tonight. Throughout the year, I do unannounced visits and usually come back with undetrimental findings. Fences need to repair, sometimes cars stacked too high, oil spills that can be cleaned up a little bit better. When I ask him about the things that he's got going on, he usually has things fixed within days. Fencing takes a lot of time, but he usually has his crew work on it pretty fast. So he continues to work with the DES and best management practices for handling his batteries, his oil, his antifreeze. The recommendation for him for continuing appears the applicant's operating. I would definitely give him renewal of his license.
Any questions from the council?
The only comment I have,
please,
Mr. Chair, when I read your report,
yes,
it's kind of disturbing that, New Hampshire DES would not issue a written report for the inspection. They went out there with you and they inspected it, but they won't give you a written report.
It's a good question. The reason they don't, the DES agent that came out there with me primarily came out, I asked her if she would come out to show me what, she works with specific junkyards and that's it. And to show me what I should be looking for so that I can remind the owners this is what they need to do.
Yep.
She came out. She made it clear that this is not an inspection that they do yearly or bi-yearly or every whatever. They do not do this. They come out when they're asked by the town or if there's a complaint to be made. Then they come out and they do an investigation report to see if the complaint is valid.
Thank you.
They don't make a report.
Any other questions?
Nope. Do you need a motion, Mr. Chair?
So I'd move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby approves the request of Mr. Edward Dudek Jr. to renew the license for Murray's Auto and Recycling located at 55 Hall Road, Londonderry, New Hampshire, to continue operations.
I have a motion from Sean.
Second.
Second from Dan. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Stay
Can we
right
not-
there.
There's a spot for you to sign on the bottom of that. I think she typed it in there for you on the application.
Is there? You're not seeing
That's
it?
right. I'll get it at the end of the meeting. I'll go.
Oh, I just. All right. I won't run away. All right. Up next, discuss and review a request from SNS Metals located at 196 Rockingham Road for approval. Good, sir.
And SS Metal Recycling is on the same basis. They do unannounced visits out there as well. The findings can be anywhere from his vehicles not being parked behind the berm along Rockingham Road to for sale signs not in his trucks. Those trucks in the front are to be nothing but to be sold, and they have to have a for sale sign in it. Parking behind there is allowed for his dumpsters, for his scrap. Occasionally he gets out of line with those. Occasionally he gets out of line with the way he handles his scrap in the back as well. Most recent visits, now he is cleaning things up more, better than he has in the past. He is emptied approximately just a wild guess, 35, maybe 40% of his stock scrap in his yard is gone, and he continues to have trucks taking it out. Things are being cleaned up more. You can actually see the back of it now. And when I do ask him to pull his trucks back, Vito is very compliant and usually has everything pulled back the same day. So I recommend. He's also practicing his best management practices as well. With DES, I recommend that his license be renewed as well.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair, I know that he's having an auction there this month, and he's winding down his operation at some point.
The 11th, I believe.
You know, so I'll make a motion. I'll move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby approves the request of Mr. Vito Salmanini to renew the license of S&S Metals located at 196 Rockingham Road, Londonderry, New Hampshire, to continue operations.
I have a motion from Dan.
Second.
A second from Sean. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Up next, receive a presentation from the police regarding North Londonderry vehicle activity enforcement.
I would like to sit there, but with these hips and all this stuff on them, I can't fit in the chair.
Mia.
It's embarrassing. I won't be able to get in. With me is Lieutenant Chris Olson. Chris Olson did a lot of work on both this presentation and the traffic management working group with Captain Betancourt, who oversees the operations division within the police department. So I guess the way I'd like to start this off is we'll start with the complaint that we had received some 2 or 3 weeks back. We received a complaint from a resident, as you guys recall, saying that the north part of town has seen some increasing traffic noise, screeching vehicles, etc. I'm going to say this, like every other time in town, when a citizen has a complaint, the police department vets it. We look into it, and we handle it the best that we can with the resources that we have provided to us. So what we'd like to do is start with this. I'll answer some questions after the PowerPoint, and then we're going to talk to you about some other enforcement actions that we have planned up there. Chris, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Town Council, Town Manager. So we've been dealing with Delta and Plainview for just over a year now, about a year and a half, I would say. And initially, we put up some cameras up there, some pretty good cameras that we were able to get some really good video. I'm hoping the videos work. I brought some examples for all of you to see of what has been going on up there. It's been an ongoing problem with reckless driving, drifting, speeding, and stunt-like behavior. The incidents, unfortunately, they happen unpredictably. Based on the cameras we had up there, we had them up for about 2 to 3 weeks, and we could not determine a pattern of when these vehicles were up there. It was morning, afternoon, evening, late at night. Obviously, with the summer weather coming, the activity was increased when we were putting the cameras up there. The next slide is a picture of Delta Drive. Delta Drive is up by the airport, as we all know. That is before we started handling these problems. As you can see, the roadway is clear. There's no tire marks, and the island in the middle is intact. The next picture is a current view of Delta Drive as of October 2024. So that's what's happened to Delta Drive. You can see in the middle where the vegetation was, people are doing donuts up there, destroying that, as well as in this picture, you can actually see somebody doing a burnout if you look close enough on the left-hand side. That smoke is somebody doing a burnout. This is Plainview Drive before we started receiving these complaints and having people congregate up there. The next couple slides are current views of Plainview Drive. There's a closer one so everybody can see. As you can see, the grass on that property is completely destroyed. They're doing burnouts on the grass. They're they've destroyed the center island of that cul-de-sac. It's all torn up. Even to this day, there's no vegetation growing there from all the tire marks and people driving across it. This is the Google Earth street view of Plainview. As you can see off to the side, people are doing donuts and burning out on the grass, destroying the grass, and all the way down Plainview, you can see the burnouts up and down the road. Again, another example of them driving onto the grass and destroying the property up there. This is Plainview as you approach the cul-de-sac. This is where they do most of their work down here. Right by the cul-de-sac, they're drifting, they're racing around that circle. We have videos of vehicles conducting races around the circle, passing each other, motorcycles versus vehicles, vehicles versus vehicles, completely unsafe driving. This is Delta Drive on the Google Earth, on the street view. Another example of Delta Drive. Graffiti on the grounds, as well as all the burnouts. I'm going to get to a couple of videos right here. Tristan, do you believe these will play?
I don't know if I have sound, but I can at least see it.
You'll get the gist of it by seeing the video play. I can step out of the way if anybody can't see. This is what they're using our roadways for up in North Londonderry. And we have received multiple complaints about the noise. I have a picture of the map that will show how close some neighborhoods are to that area. I'll go on to the next slide. Here's another example of it. They're doing what's called drifting. It's when you release the back tires to spin around in a circle. It's extremely unsafe. A lot of them are equipped with handles on their steering wheels, commonly known as suicide knobs, because they use those knobs to conduct this drifting. We've had multiple accidents in town where we've responded to and found these suicide knobs on the handle of these steering wheels. It's a major problem. It's completely unsafe. Delta Drive is used for 18-wheelers to turn around for all the industrial and commercial buildings up there. We have I think we saw that one.
In one of the pictures, you have a box truck. So they're doing this next to a box truck too?
So that box truck just happened to be there during the
like
Google Earth driving around and doing their
no,
mapping.
that's like,
yeah. Wow. There's a motorcycle on Delta just doing some stunts. Again, completely unsafe.
Yeah.
Not only for the general public, but for the person doing it. As an example of a vehicle drifting up on Plainview. Again, that cul-de-sac is used for large vehicles turning around for, that person almost went off the road right there, which we would have been getting called up there to try and pull somebody out of a vehicle along with LFD. This is to show that it happens at all times of day. People just go up there. You can see vehicles parked on the side up on the left there. This is when it's absolute pouring rain. This is a good view of what they've done to that center island that used to be grass. And again, these are pretty high-tech cameras. We're not able to pull license plates off these, or else, of course, we'd be taking appropriate action. These cameras were linked up to cell phones that we had in detectives at the time, so when we would see behavior like this, we would be able to dispatch officers up there immediately from the detective division. But unfortunately, by the time we would get up there, they'd be gone. This stuff happens so intermittently that directed patrol alone is not going to fix this problem. Another example, I'm sure you're getting bored of seeing it all, but it's just vehicles driving in circles, peeling out at the end there. And again, the speeds they're getting up to, if an 18-wheeler pulls down Plainview at the wrong time, we could be dealing with a serious motor vehicle accident. This is an example of it happened at nighttime. I believe this is the one where the vehicles start racing around and passing each other. As you can see, there's 3 motorcycles on the back end with other vehicles. The bottom vehicle is going to overtake the other one. They race around here like it's a racetrack. So on this slide, I know we received a recent complaint and an email from a resident in the area. This is from Delta to the nearest residence on Hall Road. Measures about 2,300 feet, which is just under a half mile. It's also elevated above Hall Road, so that sound's going to travel. We understand why people are complaining. It's happening far too often. It's disturbing people on their peaceful summer nights. It's disturbing them year-round, to be honest with you, in all times of the day. The next one is from Plainview to the next neighborhood, which again, roughly the same distance, oddly enough, just under a half mile. So that sound is carrying. We completely understand why people are complaining and frustrated. So we're looking to get some more directed enforcement up there, but we're also looking for other solutions that might be able to help us out on a more permanent basis. Our staffing is generally 3 officers and the sergeant on day shift, 3 officers and the sergeant on midnight shift, 4 officers and the sergeant on afternoon shift. It's a big town. We've grown a lot. There's a lot more motor traffic in the area. Obviously, residential, commercial, industrial has boomed in this town. So we're responding to more calls for service and have less time to dedicate one specific officer on a shift to be up there monitoring this. I've already spoke on this. The timing of the events are too inconsistent for patrol alone to be completely effective, and the reliance on patrol alone is a brief deterrence. We put up a post on our Facebook page regarding no parking signs, and it got a lot of backlash. There was comments about destroying the property, destroying the signs that we had up there, and just wait for the police to leave. We'll go back in 5 minutes. Basically saying we know they can't sit there all day. So it's a very brief deterrent. Something we came up with about a year ago with a more permanent deterrent are these speed bumps. Very, very cost effective. We would be putting them in both cul-de-sacs on Delta and Plainview. We would put one at the beginning of the cul-de-sac and one in the middle of the cul-de-sac to prevent that drifting and that racing around. Is it going to completely eliminate the problem? No. Is it going to reduce it significantly? I believe so.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Absolutely.
So, being the nature of how defiant they are about this, could they rip these up?
So these are not permanent speed bumps. They're temporary speed bumps, but Mr. Woolley, you...
Sean, all you need is a wrench. You can,
Yeah,
you can.
those able to be,
you can take
these
'em
ones are able to be spiked into the ground, but they would have to be removed in the wintertime for plowing purposes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can be removed, Sean.
Okay.
But there's different size ones, different height ones. This is a slide that shows what the cost would be.
So if we went to this expense to get these, to solve this problem, could we put a camera there so if someone did try to take it down and remove it, we'd be able to?
So the cameras we have, we had to move them for another investigation to assist the attorney generals. They're being utilized right now for something else. We only have 2. The cameras are not extremely expensive, and they would definitely be able to assist us in this overall operation.
Because I think what Dan's saying is that people could just take it down.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right?
Yeah, you can rip those up.
So.
But you said they can't grab the license plates, correct? So even if
So
you
the
put the
position we had
campers there,
them-
you can't go after them, so there's no consequence.
The position we had them in, the way that roundabout works, we could not get the license plates. We realized that, and if we could put them on the straightaway, we could get the license plates coming in or out of
And
Delta
there
or
would be
Plainview.
nothing from the kids ripping out the cameras either, or spray painting them.
So the
or-
cameras we have are, like I said, they're pretty high speed. We've installed them several different locations. Never once have they been seen. We've had people standing directly underneath them. They can't see them. They have night vision. They have 2 cameras. One is focused permanently. Another one is motion activated that follows it. You could probably see in one of those videos where it will follow. So it is difficult.
I'm just saying, because now they know they're going to be there, so they'd be, I don't know if they'll listen, who knows, right? But they'll look around for them, and not that I'm trying to be a jerk or anything, I'm just thinking, what would they do to stop you guys from interfering in what they're doing? Do you know what I'm saying?
Understood.
I think it's a good idea. I'm not against what you're saying, just so you know.
Here's the good part about it. We use a cloud-based system for all the videos. So everything that's recorded on that camera, so if somebody walks up to that camera and they see it and they decide to destroy it, we're already going to have that video saved on the cloud. So we can access it from our desktops or our phone. Yes, we might lose a camera, but we're going to have a pretty good picture of the person trying to rip it down.
Unless they're all in black with
Unless
the
theur all
black
in black.
mask and a hoodie.
Yes, there's always
we
ways
know
around
that's,
it.
that's the dress code, isn't it?
I believe so.
Okay.
There's always ways around it, but
And that's how I always think, and I'm sorry.
no, I understand. So I think that there's a couple things we can do to help mitigate this issue. And like I said, directed patrol alone is not going to solve the problem. So potential speed bumps along with cameras. This is just a quick slide to show what those speed bumps would cost as opposed to having an officer sitting up there 24/7. As you can see, it's a significant difference.
And in your professional opinion, what do you think the likelihood is that they just move to a different street up there? Is that...
They're always going to find somewhere to
No,
do what
I'm
they
just
want.
trying to... I really like what you guys are doing. I'm just trying to think... I'm
Devil's
trying to
advocate
be... Yeah,
like
I'm just
me.
trying to be like...
I understand. I appreciate the questions.
I've all been kids once, so...
Yeah, so we've had issues on Memorial Drive. We've done a pretty good job of that. Granted, it's not a straightaway. It's a small parking area where people were congregating, doing various things. Delta Drive is a straightaway. It's like a racetrack. And then you have the cul-de-sac at the end, same with Plainview. I think that if we can mitigate what's going on there, it's going to completely reduce, not get rid of, but reduce what goes on up there. And in general, there's not a whole lot of other areas up there that they could go to. So it would also... Another one, no parking signs. Oh, sorry, Kirsten. I went too far, I believe. All right, I can just speak on it. So a lot of people were saying that we cannot just put up no parking signs wherever we want as a town. That was on our Facebook comments and public comment that we had regarding our posts that we put up. We went back from 2011 all the way up till about 2018 using, again, Street View from Google Earth. It's a great tool. We were able to show that there were no parking signs, permanent ones that were put along the side of Plainview, and they were destroyed. They were destroyed by people running them over. Right now we have temporary ones up there along with one of our large billboard signs indicating no parking. Another thing that they were saying was that we cannot just establish no parking zones. Well, one of our town ordinances, section 11, says that we can do that. In anywhere that there's a permanent fixed no parking sign can be enforced. So if we can find a way to also get no parking signs up there, it gives us more ability to enforce that. So if we go up there and we just kick somebody out and say you can't park here, and they say prove it, there's no parking sign. If we have permanent no parking signs, we can act on that town ordinance and issue citations or use our discretion to educate people. So I believe that directed patrol, potential speed bumps along with cameras, as well as permanent no parking signs along that will definitely help us to mitigate this problem. Again, not completely eliminate it, but mitigate it.
Would you also add like random checks, like periodical?
So we do.
Offices going.
We do.
It's the Italian in me. I can't help it. Huh?
I will touch on that in a moment.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Chief,
no, please continue with that.
No.
You're doing a great job.
That is a sore throat, so.
That is really all I had as far as our plan goes, and we look forward to being able to mitigate this problem for the residents of North Londonderry who have been dealing with it for far too long.
Chris, thank you so much. Again, you heard some of those enforcement actions right there. And like we have said time and time again, we've dealt with issues on High Range Road. We've dealt with issues on Litchfield Road, Hardy Road. We've dealt with them on Pillsbury Road. We dealt with them on Golan. We've dealt with them throughout the town over the course of the last 20 plus years. So here's what I'm going to say again. When the community has a concern, they let us know. And if it's a concern from them, we have always addressed it. We're going to continue to address this. Question was asked, what are we going to do if they damage or steal a sign? It's simple. They're going to get arrested. And then part of their arrest will be restitution. And then we'll make a nice Facebook post and let them know this is what happens when you play these games in our community. Because the residents don't deserve this. We will enforce it. The directed patrols are, again, they're effective when you're there at the right time when the action is happening in the officer's presence. The company down at the end of that road right there, why should they have to deal with that? Shouldn't. If that was your house or your business you would expect action taken. So far, for the last year, the calls for service for Plainview Drive is the first slide that we saw, right across with the Alchemet business in the back. There's a total of 558 calls for service. Now, before you all say, wow, 515 of those were initiated by the officers in that sector, meaning they took it upon themselves to sign off there and address something or to park there and watch. Other than that, there was 43 separate calls for service from a resident or a business, somebody with a call. We handled that. Delta Drive, the circle that Lieutenant Olson put up there. We've had a total of 262 service calls. Self-initiated were 241, and we had 21 that were reported. The rail trail, which people think that we don't get calls for service for the rail trail, or maybe we don't do enough on the rail trail. So far this year, we've had 29 calls for service. 20 of those were self-initiated activity. 9 were called in. So if you guys are on the rail trail and you see the motorcycle coming, that's Officer Dyer. He's our traffic enforcement officer, part-time for the police department. I like to emphasize that because the work that he puts in should be noted. He works 20 to 24 hours a week. He handles every single complaint that a watch commander receives, division commander receives, the deputy chief receives, or I receive, and he gets the assignment to go out there and address it. And he does. In 10 months since we have utilized the part-time traffic enforcement, because we had to be creative because we were hearing lots of complaints and we weren't able to secure the full-time position, we did this. And here's what we have so far. In 10 months, Officer Dyer has stopped 656 cars. And he has written 166 motor vehicle summonses on an average of 20 to 24 hours a week. He gives a lot of warnings, does a lot of education. If you get stopped by Randy, 2 things are going to happen. You're going to get one heck of a lecture, maybe a warning if you're lucky. Or you're going to get a ticket, it's going to tow your car, or you're going to get arrested. That's what's going to happen up here. Randy and others will be assigned to straight out handle this business for the citizens because they deserve it. And that's what we're going to do. So as discussed by Lieutenant Olson, looking back at some of the stuff, I had spoken with John Trottier to see when and if the town had adopted, approved, or amended, whatever you want to call it, the no parking up there. For way of history, yet again, back after it was post 9/11, there was 0 parking anywhere allowed around the airport. Nowhere could you park. Couldn't. Everything was addressed by the police in the airport at the time. As Lieutenant Olson alluded, over time, 05, 09, signs started moving away. And what you don't see up on those first slides was the boulders that were put in place by the airport and the business to keep people off their lawn. Signs are still gone. So we ordered new signs. I was told they were in, if that's correct. So we have new signs. We're going to put them up. So we couldn't find, through town manager's efforts as well, we were unable to find if and when the town approved that adoption to have that be no parking. So we're going to ask that of you folks tonight. We need you to help us, because this is what it's all about. We always talk about partnerships and teamwork. This is what we need. We need you folks to grant us that, because you can. That authority can be given to the town manager, to myself, and we can adopt and amend this and get this thing rolling. And again, those aren't the only areas in town, but that residents' concerns were enough to impact you folks, to direct the town manager to have us be here tonight. So again, we're happy to help. If you have any questions about that area, happy to answer them.
Any questions, please?
It's not a question, it's a statement. It just breaks my heart because that's like the best place for a family to take a kid to park safely, to watch plane fly over, or if you know how everybody goes chasing those aurora borealis lights, it's a great spot to capture some of that on photography. And it's kind of sad that the good citizens who are just going there to park their car for a little visual whatever entertainment are being punished because of these
Some
people
groups.
who are misusing the property. It really kind of bothers me a
It
little
is sad,
bit.
and you're absolutely right, Councilor Paul. And here's the best part about law enforcement and police work. There's only a couple things in our line of work that says shall. Officers have discretion. If they roll up there and one of our officers sees a mom and a dad with a couple kids, we are not public bullies. We're not going to be mean to them, you know.
Unless it's me.
Well, Deb, with all due respect, if you're doing donuts and you're drifting,
Well.
you're gone. All right?
You know, I've only had a license for 20 years. That ain't happening.
Right. So, again, they have discretion to utilize in their best judgment what appropriate action that is. And as that was mentioned earlier, what the concern was is that one time, for example, that they noted, there was cars parked on both sides of the road, and then this stuff was going on. They are putting the viewers, the good people, at great risk. If someone loses control and crashes into a car or crashes their own car into a tree, I don't care if they damage their car. That's their problem. What I care about is a citizen getting hit over there, crashing into the business, or hitting someone, like you just mentioned, a nice family trying to watch a plane because their kids love them.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only good spot, really.
Correct. And when that post 9/11 stuff happened up at the airport, that was one of the things that all of us in patrol, because the four of us here were working here back then, we all had to go tell those folks they got to move it along. They weren't always happy with us, but we had to do our job, just like this. Those people that don't like the fact that we're up there, some of them were actually from Manchester, that were commenting that they're not happy, but they don't live here and they're not our residents. I care about our people.
I get it. I was just being a jerk.
I'm with you.
Any other questions for the chief?
Mr. Chair.
Please.
I've got a few. Have you been called up there for accidents? Have we gotten any accidents?
Have I had any accidents up there? I don't believe we had an accident yet.
Okay. So if I look on Plainview Drive, and maybe this is something for town manager, DPW, is it possible to shut down that road just beyond the business so we do away with using that cul-de-sac?
Yeah.
A lot of the 18-wheelers use that as their turnaround.
But as they see it's going to be closed, they'll use another place to go turn around.
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
There's a lot of the businesses down that end, such as True Green. Echo's not there anymore.
No, I'm talking about Plainview, not
Plainview.
Delta.
Okay, all right.
I'm talking about Plainview because there's only one business on Plainview.
I think the best way to answer that is this is a good approach to have a team approach with DPW and the PD. The PD's been taking the lead in this for a long time. It's time that we support them and help them out with this and then work on a range of solutions, see what might work temporarily. I mean, they've come up with some pretty good ideas here, I think, and I think it's time for us to work with the PD to try to find what are the global solutions that we can try and see how effective they are. And when it comes down to, and these guys can tell you better than anybody, that they may go to other communities where they have less pressure on them to not do these stupid things. So that may be in our best interest to make it more difficult to be here, and they'll go to Manchester, wherever, where perhaps they're not going to enforce it like we are. But again, I think these folks have come up with a pretty good plan here, and I think that's some of the options we could take a look at on each road, working with DPW together and put together a team effort and put some solutions into effect. A lot of those we can do. Doesn't require council action. The parking piece, would be helpful, but there's other things we can do in the interim, and I think it's time we give them that support to do that.
I just want to make sure that we help these citizens out. I mean, last summer they were putting up with this, and they're still putting up with it now. And I don't see why we can't clamp down on this area. I do have a question, though, about the use of the camera. So I see camera pictures in the information provided to us. They provide some insight on what's happening there, but I question the legality of using a video surveillance, because I know when we were looking at the traffic management policy, Mr. Chair, over 8 months ago, yourself and Council Faber had issues about the wording of use of cameras, all right? Because New Hampshire RSA 236:130, highway surveillance, is prohibited. And I can read that. I have that whole thing. But I'm concerned about that part of it, okay? The no parking signs, we have some on Harvey Road now. Cars are parking there. It's gotten better. I know across from where the rail trail was, after the rail trail got put in, all of a sudden that became a parking lot. And I don't know who authorized putting a crosswalk there, but they just put a crosswalk in there. And now that's gone. So the last slide that you have here, you reference the traffic safety code, which is very interesting, because I did some research on this code, and I want to share some findings with you, because, and this is why we need to revisit this traffic management policy that we have and some of our codes, because if I read the code, because I was really concerned about all this stuff up there. It says parking near a hydrant. Our town code says 6 feet. The state RSA 265:69 says 15 feet. So there's a conflict with the state law. Parking near railroad crossings. Again, town code is 30 feet. State RSA is 50 feet. Traffic control devices. So the town code, there's no explicit reference to the manual on uniform traffic control devices. And the state RSA 236 requires conformance with the manual on uniform traffic control devices, standards and state approval where applicable. I mean, I got a whole bunch of issues with our codes that conflict. Our town codes conflict with state code. And that's why we have to really address this traffic management policy. And I agree with you guys. I mean, you say about the cameras. Well, the state law says you can't do it. It's very specific where you can do it. I mean, I even look at Mammoth Road through traffic restrictions. All right? So Chapter 10, Section 4B currently prohibits through traffic on Mammoth Road, both north and south of the paved road intersection, except for public safety and highway maintenance vehicles. However, the current roadway operations permit through traffic in both directions. The ordinance language does not reflect current road usage or enforcement practices. The road is posted for no through truck traffic. It appears that perhaps the intent was to prohibit through truck traffic. However, it's written to prohibit all through traffic. So,
Wow.
I'm looking at all this, our codes, all right, and I don't know where the authority comes as far as posting, because I had people ask me, this is, under what authority did they post the no parking signs in a bucket? I looked in our codes, I can't find that. If somebody knows where it is, please let me know so I can look that up. But it's definitely a problem up there. We got to do something about it. When I look at the highway video surveillance RSA, that was revised in September of 2024. And it's very clear. It says, surveillance means the act of determining the ownership of a motor vehicle or the identity of a motor vehicle occupants on a public way of the state or its potential subdivisions through the use of camera or other imaging devices or other device, including but not limited to a transponder, cellular phone, global positioning satellite, radio frequency ID, and it goes on. So I guess that's where I have an issue with cameras. I think we need to maybe use an unmarked vehicle up there, because I'm sure that they're watching. They have somebody up there watching, so if they see the police, they let everybody know, and you guys, get there, and they've stopped.
Residents tell me there's spotters up there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. I'd like to address some of those 2 sentences, if you don't mind, Councilor Bouchard. 236-130 is correct. That is the statute. I'm glad you were able to find that. It does determine ownership. It says that you can also, under B, that it is undertaken on a case-by-case basis in the investigation of a particular violation, misdemeanors, or felonies. They are creating dangerous situations up there. They are violations. They are misdemeanors, and we will respond up there, and we will handle all business up there. Now, the great thing about statutes is people view them and they read them and have a different opinion.
Yep.
They do. And my opinion is this. We are within that state law, the statute, and we're governed under number 11. My main concern here tonight was getting the town council to adopt and give us the authority to make those signs more permanent, because they had been at one time. And we were unable to find where that was adopted by town councils from the early 2000s. It is important that we put the signs back up, and we will deal with the ramifications if we have done anything illegal. People have a right to go through the judicious process and challenge any motor vehicle ticket, a parking ticket, or an arrest that they wish.
Let me just add a thing to that. There's a period of time, and Kristen, you know it better than I do, where we're missing a bunch of ordinances that apparently were passed, and there was nothing recorded. That might have been during that time that happened when those signs were in place, but we don't know because there's this gap. Do you know what the period of time was on the gap?
The gap was roughly right around, there's some gaps between 2016 and 2023. So.
Correct. And that was one of the conversations the town manager and I had, was we were patrolling that when we were patrolmen. Those signs were there. These guys enforced it. I enforced it as well. Again, we don't know where that was documented, so that's why I was going to ask you tonight to adopt that and make it so. And then we'll put in better signs. I know those buckets don't look good. I know they're cheesy. It does say temporary parking. Some of them did, but we have new ones. We use temporary parking when we do Old Home Day. No one's crying illegal activity then. We are allowed to shut down roads when we think it's dangerous. So can DPW. So we did that. So what I'd be looking to do is have you folks, someone make a motion, get this thing passed, so we continue to do what you all want us to do, is enforce this and take care of our community. That's what I need.
Mr. Chair, can we also? Oh, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Dan, you had said something about closing the circle, and then Officer Olson said that one of them has a business on it. Could we do like the business? Could the business pay? Because it affects them. Put in a like a gate, because they shouldn't have trucks there like late at night anyway. So, do you know what I'm saying? Like they could close off the road late at night, but during the business hours. I'm just throwing ideas out.
And as you're throwing, I am thinking.
And just that's what this is about, right? That's how you find stuff, as people talk about stuff.
Well,
but the thing that bothers me the most is what I'm listening to is that there's a lot of things in here that we're not right with. Like, I think the council should update this thing as soon as possible so we're aligned with the state stuff, like the fire hydrant, like.
Correct, and those are great suggestions.
I just should have wrote down the notes that Dan was saying. I didn't.
I got them.
But he said those things. I don't know.
Right, and you're right. That is important.
The signs are right now.
And Councilor Bouchard is right, and the town manager is right. These things, they need to get addressed for the traffic enforcement portions for town ordinance. So again, collective approach. You folks, us, the town manager, we should be able to get this thing resolved. Because again, even if there's no parking signs up there, well, guess what? We're still going to go enforce it, and we're still going to arrest people if we catch them. So it's still going to happen, no parking signs or not.
Well, I appreciate the no parking signs, but I mean, I think it's a bigger picture problem.
Well,
so
again,
if we know that these are there, we're made aware of it, right? So we should take action to fix update this policy so that it aligns, even if it's the bare bone minimal of this thing, to make it align with the state for now to move forward.
In regards to that, yes, with traffic and all this enforcement, I believe so. I think, again, we don't know these things are wrong or missing until something comes up when we go to research, as Cheerston and the town manager just pointed out, right? Just like when this was brought to our attention and the brains of the PD said to me, those used to be there. And then we go back and see them on Google Earth and maps. And then we talked to John Trottier, who's been here for 25 years too, and we tried to collectively find out where it broke down or where it went. So we didn't have to do this tonight. But I think it's a good step, and I will not forget your point. There are people that go there to do good. There really is.
I know.
And our people, the men and women of the PD, they'll use their discretion to the best of their ability to handle that.
I believe you.
I know
believe
you do.
Kim. I understand this situation, but I'm looking at a bigger picture situation that we've now, as a council, are aware of stuff that's wrong.
Sure.
And we really need to move to fix it. Yeah. And I'm hoping as one councilor that, Ron, you would want to just at least fix this part that doesn't align with the state. I know we put things off and blah, blah, blah. But this, I think, bare bone updates. You don't have to make it perfect, but every time you fix it and update it, you're making it 1% perfect or 2% better.
It's like everything else, right? A little bit at a time, and we'll get there. So, but hear you loud and clear.
Dan, can you provide that to the rest of the council?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
My concern, I got a couple.
Yeah, please, go
One
ahead.
concern is that, we have our men and women up there, they write a ticket or whatever. If they write that ticket and our code goes against the state and it goes to court and gets thrown out, you know how quickly that's going to go over on social media. That Londonderry PD, they wrote me a ticket, but I got off because X, Y, and Z. So that's why I want to make sure that we do this and we correct some of our problems. The other thing is, when I look at those nice pictures on Plainview where you got the grass and stuff.
Those are the older ones, Councilor Bouchard. These are the ones that just show that there were, in fact, no parking signs there as recently as 2015.
Right, but right along Plainview, along that grass, I don't know if there's some sort of a barrier that could be put up there so that they're not going off on that. And I don't even know who owns that property.
Airport.
Maybe the
I believe
property
it's the
owner.
airport.
Maybe the airport can say, hey, we'll put some barriers up there to keep them off that grass.
Like I said before, there are some boulders, but to that, again, I'm going to reiterate something. We have a very strong historical working relationship with the airport.
Right.
Nothing is impossible when people with great relationships get together to solve
What I'm
problems.
saying is that's probably something you could look at.
I agree.
Even around Delta Drive and Plainview was where you see where they're going off. Maybe even put something in the middle of that cul-de-sac. We had that problem years ago in Otterson.
Oh, yeah, and they
All
put
right?
the boulders in
On
the
Otterson, when they connected Otterson from Hardy to Mammoth, they put these cul-de-sacs.
Yep.
And there was nothing there. And what did people do? Drove right over it. Went straight, all right? Until they decided, hey, we're going to put something in the middle of that cul-de-sac. Now people don't drive through it because they're going to hit something. So that's just a thought.
Those are all great ideas,
I'd like to
Councilor
look at.
Bouchard. And I just want to say, some of these things, again, we talk about violations of law and exposure, for example. I don't know if we would eat anything like that if something happened. But point about cul-de-sacs and along the roads, again, as Deb said too, we'll look into it. We'll add it to our arsenal. And we're going to continue to go to work on this so it works, whatever that might be.
Go ahead. So what would you be looking for from us, just to be specific? Because a whole bunch of things that been talked about.
You want to be careful because in order to make an ordinance change, it requires a first reading and a public hearing. We don't have the you don't have the unilateral authority to direct me or anybody else to go and implement parking regulations without that process. So I just want to be really careful that we don't, that's why we try to get these guys
Now,
out.
and I'm not asking to change regulations.
No, I know.
Temporarily,
You can't do that. That's the issue. You have to have an ordinance and no parking provision, and that's why you have that power. We do not.
gotcha.
So we'd have to schedule a
But isn't
hearing to make a
isn't this
change.
area already a no parking area? I
Well,
guess
that's the problem. There's no regulation that we can find that shows that there's a no parking
So
provision
then-
in there.
Gotcha.
That's the problem.
So we would just need to schedule a public hearing as soon as possible, like the next meeting?
What I would do is I would schedule it now for the 6th of July to put no parking provisions on Plainview Drive. And that's enough for me to be able to write it up because I don't have it in front of me. That has to be posted for the public to be able to read. We don't have that right now.
2 weeks' notice.
I'll make that motion that we.
I'm fine.
have a
So
public
we
hearing.
would do the public hearing on the 6th, just to be clarified.
Yeah, because I have to write it up. I mean, you have to be able to see
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I can't go any faster than that.
And what about the speed bumps? Do you need us to authorize you to buy those?
We can do that. That doesn't
Okay,
require any
'cause
other
that-
action. That's
I have funds for that.
Okay.
But first off, by way of clarification, if I'm looking at the charter, what we thought was under that section 11 up there.
Oh, God, where's my glass?
I know I had to do the same thing, Deb. I got to squint like crazy. It says any place where official traffic signs have been erected for prohibiting standing or parking, right? And again, if we, my question is, openly to you and to you. If there had been established no parking signs dated back to 2015, but we can't confirm prior to that when it was adopted, are we authorized for a temporary, due to the hazards that have been presented, are we able to ask the council for a temporary no parking ban from now until this can get officially resolved on the record?
No, you can't do that.
Okay.
So that refers to places like if you have a fire lane or those sorts of thing, that sort of thing, you can do that. Or if the planning board, when they have a subdivision or when they approve a site plan, and they require stop signs, yield signs, whatever that may be, they have the authority to do that, and those become enforceable. But other than that, they have to go through the legal process. The public has a right to make comment on it before we pass a law.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to do on the questions that Deb asked and Councilor Bouchard. We're going to get on those two questions about islands along the roadway, et cetera, and we'll reach out to the airport for their partnership to see what we can do to resolve some of this.
And then we'll schedule the public hearing for this July 6th.
You can say that right now, and
Right.
what I'll do is I'll draft it
Do we
for
need to
you.
make a motion to do it, or do we?
Yes, you need to do
Okay.
that. Schedule a public
Dan,
hearing
you
for
wanna
that
do
date.
I'll make a motion that we have a public hearing on July 6th to
Implement parking regulations on Plainview Drive.
for parking regulations on Plainview Drive and Delta Drive?
Yeah, do we need anything on
So
Delta?
is, yes, Delta Drive. Yeah.
And Delta Drive.
is more of a concern with the speeding and drifting down there, erratic driving. There's really nowhere on Delta Drive to park and watch the planes. So directed patrol and speed bumps would really be the best fit down there. As far as no parking signs, it can't hurt. It gives us another tool in our tool belt to be able to enforce.
So Plainview Drive and Delta
Yeah.
Drive.
I got a motion from Dan, a second from Sean. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Ron, can I interrupt you for a second?
Absolutely.
Can I don't know the process of
Yeah.
this, so I really would like to bring this up at a meeting. I'll have it put on the agenda just to quickly align this safety thing with the state statutes.
Okay.
I mean, I really think that needs to take a step forward. It doesn't have to be the whole thing, just making sure that the ones that we have are aligned with state thingy. So when could we put that on the agenda to kind of move that
Why don't
forward?
we do it on July 6th also?
Okay, so
Just
do
be
we need
uniform.
to do a motion, or we just tell the manager?
You do.
Do
I
you
do
need a
what?
motion?
Yeah, because it requires the first reading, which.
Oh, okay, so okay.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the traffic management policy?
Yes, sir.
But I think we're just discussing it. We're not
Yeah.
putting up a.
We're just
anything as so we
discussing
can-
it and figure out what we need to do to fix it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need we don't.
For that, no, you just make an agenda
Yeah, we
item.
can just put it on a future
could
agenda.
we'll put it on the agenda for July 6th.
Yep.
Would you do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
That'd be
All right.
good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. It was a very good discussion. So hopefully we can have some impact up there and help that gentleman. All right. Up next, receive a presentation from the Traffic Management Working Group regarding the strategy to plan traffic safety congestion in the community of Londonderry.
Keep seeing fields of blue.
We are blocking the view.
Okay, it's right here.
Thank you all for being patient with us tonight. It's a very important topic, so who wants to start us off?
I'm going to kick
Okay.
it off just real briefly because I want the people that did the work, which is these folks here, to
Yeah.
do most of the talking.
Okay.
So we, shortly after I got here, I created the Traffic Management Working Group. It's to work with the Traffic Safety Committee to actually do some of the nuts and bolts work to start moving forward on a number of issues in terms of traffic congestion and traffic safety. And the purpose is 6 different items: evaluate traffic conditions, coordinate departmental efforts, develop solutions, leverage technology and data, advise leadership, and promote public safety. So there's a whole range of things that were done. These folks are going to go through that in detail. I encourage you to ask them questions, but they put a lot of work into this, working together, police department, DPW, and the planning department. Just introduce yourselves, if you would, starting over here, Mike, and what you
Mike-
do.
Mike Bazigian, I'm the GIS manager.
James Danis, I'm Deputy Director of Public Works.
John Trotter, Director of Engineering and Environmental Services.
Alvin Betancourt, Police Captain.
Chris Olson, Police Lieutenant.
So there's a lot of slides in it, it's like 56, but some of them we're going to go through really quickly because the purpose of this will go on our website because it's informational for the general public, but we are going to go through those rather quickly, some of those. Feel free to stop us anywhere along the way because this is a presentation to you. And I want to thank Kirsten for putting her work together, putting this PowerPoint together and putting some fine tuning on it. Next slide.
You guys take the time you need. Don't feel rushed because, I want to make sure we address this topic. So it's very important to me and to the town. So.
Thank you, Sean. Again, I'm John Trotter, Director of Engineering. Again, I'm going to give you an overview of the objectives and the mission of the Traffic Management Working Group. As Sean indicated, this group was created back in October of 2025. We meet monthly or more frequently if needed. Again, our charge was to evaluate traffic conditions, coordinate departmental efforts, develop solutions, leverage technology and data, advise leadership, and promote public safety. The organization, as we went down the line, from the town manager's office, planning department, the Department of Public Works, and the police department are all members of the working management group. The group will prepare periodic reports summarizing findings, recommendations, and actions taken, which will be submitted to the town manager and, when appropriate, presented to the Traffic Safety Committee and the Town Council. So I'm going to give you just a quick overview of where we're at, where we came from. The first task that was the committee overtook was to review current traffic conditions and to identify roadways and intersections with traffic safety and congestion concerns. The group identified 46 sections of roadway or intersections that posed that concern. Of the 46, 17 were identified as the highest priority locations, and in order to address those concerns in those locations, we need to do additional analysis at each identified location, and by doing that, we need additional traffic data. We need traffic counts, we need identify the number of vehicles that are going through there, the volume, the speed at which traffic is going through that, as well as any accident data. So the strategies that we're going to develop will be identified to include enforcement and or infrastructure improvements. So several identified concern areas are state roads and will entail Town of Londonderry advocating for state routes to be included in the DOT 10-year plan. The town needs to conduct corridor studies on 3 major corridors here in town, those being Pillsbury Road East, Auburn Road, both of which are slated to be performed by developers, and lastly, Litchfield Road. So our next step is going to be to fund, purchase, and install of traffic collection devices and begin corridor studies. So, Kirsten, you're going through the intersections themselves. We can go through those. Again, the intersections that were identified, Pillsbury and Hardy for congestion concern. Pillsbury and Gilchrist, again, congestion is of concern. Gilchrist, Kendall Pond, and South Road, congestion. Route 102 and Buttrick for safety. Route 102 and Harvest Moon, again, safety. Route 102, Parmenter and Old Nashua is again safety. 102, Tavern Hill and Avery is for safety. Harvey Hall and Litchfield Road is for congestion. Route 102, Mammoth and Litchfield was for congestion. Route 128, Mammoth and South Road is for safety. Route 128, Mammoth, Chase, and Bacchus is for safety. That's a sight distance issue. Route 28 of Rockingham and Auburn Road is safety and congestion. So a number of those intersections are actually part of the corridor studies that will be performed, again, on the Auburn Road corridor study, the Pillsbury East study, and then some of the other items are really the on-state roads, such as this, the Route 28 and 128. Route 28 in Stonehenge, that's currently under construction. And then the proposed corridor studies, I'll let James touch upon those.
All right, so we have 6 different corridors that we are looking at. I'm sorry, 7 different corridors that we're looking at. In and amongst those are Auburn Road is the first one. That corridor is a fairly congested area, looking at a PUD that's coming along at the northern end of the road with several intersections of concern along it. Hall Road and Litchfield Road. Litchfield Road is a highly traveled road to get you up from London area up to the airport. And then Hall Road is a cut through from Old Rockingham Road down to Litchfield. Pillsbury Road, with all the east-west travel going from Derry to Route 28, as well as the significant amount of development along the road, you have several pinch points plus a significant amount of travel along that corridor. Route 28, Rockingham Road, you can see there's several different locations along there, and we're in the intersections that John had identified along that road. It's a very highly traveled road with several spots of concern along it. And then 128 Mammoth Road is our main north-south corridor within town. The school at the town hall. There's a significant amount of business and municipal structure along that road. So there's a fair amount of traffic plus intersections along there that are concerned. And then the 102 corridor is by far our busiest corridor, east-west. You can see a whole bunch of intersections along that John had gone through initially, which is a major corridor, state corridor. All right, so the next thing that we did is we developed a criteria in and amongst speed evaluation within town. This is PD is about ready to jump in here. So the engineers do what the engineers do. We created a rather in-depth detailed criteria and protocol for any level of a speed adjustment. Key takeaways from here, and I'm going to read directly from the slide, is that you want to protect public safety with clear, defensible standards. You want to align speed decisions with state law and real roadway conditions. You want to respond to growth, neighborhoods, schools, and vulnerable road users. And you want to establish a reasonable speed adjustment for public acceptance and compliance. Your desired results here, you want to avoid a haphazard and impulsive change of we're just going to change all the speed limits in town to 20 miles an hour. You're not going to get a good result. People aren't going to respect the speed limits. You're going to have enforcement challenges, and you're really going to take away from what the speed limits are intended to do, and it is to create public safety. So there's a fairly detailed process that's outlined in that criteria. And here is where PD jumps in.
Just on that, Mike, can you just talk a little bit about what you've done with GIS in terms of you've got the accident data that you've placed on there, and that's on our webpage now. Just talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, on the traffic management page, we do have a web map up that anyone can go view. It has it'll have some traffic data on there. It'll show how we got to some of these, how we got to these priority areas.
This is an area that we want to enhance in terms of traffic data, so actually everybody can see it, not just town officials, but the general public can see it. And we're going to talk about speed counting devices and traffic counting devices, and we want to be able to feed that in, and that's where Mike's role is very critical for us. So we're tracking data real time, and we're able to put it up there so everybody can see it.
So with the safety concerns, is that measured mostly off accidents, or what is the methodology for that?
That's the accident reports, and he's got some of that
Okay.
data now from the PD that was provided, and they're gonna be enhancing that. They're looking at a new software program that'll be much better, because it doesn't give you qualitative data, it
Yeah.
just shows there are accidents at the location.
But
Those-
that's what I was asking about. Is
Yeah.
it based off accidents?
It is.
Okay.
That information he's got there, plus, yeah, and then you've got also, I think you've got some other calls in there too?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's not strictly based on accidents alone. It's based on the data we've received from some of these devices we have, along with crash data, specifically crashes with injuries, unfortunately fatal accidents, as well as with citizen complaints. We couple all those into determining where we're going to focus our target areas right now.
Thank
and
you.
I will get into that in a little bit, so hopefully I can answer some more of your questions.
All right, awesome.
All right.
And I just wanted to touch base on that speed limit evaluation that we were just speaking about. I think it's reasonable to believe that a lot of the neighborhoods in town, a reduced speed limit would be appropriate. And I think that's kind of taking everything into account. I do think it's I know that sometimes lower speed limits are upsetting to people, but I think neighborhoods, heavily settled neighborhoods, it would be appropriate. When we were speaking about initially about this, when John was speaking about the strategy, one of the things he had mentioned was data collection, and I know that he had talked about corridor studies and all that. We're also looking at something, I say better, more encompassing to give us more data. Installing speed signs in targeted locations to collect speed data and traffic counts. So it would do both. This will allow us to target specific enforcement areas based on that data. So this isn't just happening. This is getting the information and then responding to that information based on what we're able to obtain. It'll allow us to utilize, we'll also utilize movable data collection, which Lieutenant Olson is going to speak about later in the slides, to collect live data. So if we go back to the traffic safety enforcement slide. So our goal is to improve roadway safety by reducing speed, crashes, reducing crashes, and other high-risk driving behaviors. Using traffic data, crash trends, and roadway observations, we can identify areas of concern and focus resources where they have the greatest impact. This approach combines enforcement, data collection, speed awareness, tools, and engineering solutions to create measurable improvements in traffic safety. And how are we going to identify those problem areas? How we identify them is to ensure fairness, consistency, and enforcement locations are selected based on using objective criteria. As Lieutenant Olson said earlier, there are citizen complaints. They're important, but they're only a factor in the process. We'll also review crash history, vehicle speed data, traffic volumes, roadway characteristics, whether or not it's school zone, residential neighborhoods, or business districts, which we have all over town. This allows us to focus on those locations where the data shows there's a legitimate traffic safety concern. What the data tells us. We measure, it gives us, when we get these printouts, and you're going to see them later, it gives us a lot of information. It measures average speeds, 85th percentile speeds, so those speeds that are really high, percentage of drivers exceeding the speed limit overall, and traffic patterns throughout the day, when it's busiest, when it's less traveled. It'll help us identify when and where safety concerns are occurring and allows us to deploy the resources more effectively. We can then assign the shift or specific officers over to those locations at those times, knowing that those are the high volume or high speed target areas. And it also provides a baseline to measure whether enforcement efforts and other traffic safety initiatives are producing positive results over time. So it gives us an outline of, is what we're doing working or is it not?
As far as the targeted enforcement strategy goes, as Chief Bernard said earlier, Randy Dyer is our only dedicated officer to that. He's dedicated 20 to 24 hours a week, and he's doing a fantastic job. He kind of works with me in patrolling these target areas that we'll talk about in a few minutes. So he is assigned specifically to traffic enforcement. However, using a combination of traffic enforcement and the data we collect from these potential devices, it would help us better target certain areas And on the random days where we might have an extra officer, that officer may be assigned to focus on that specific target area. A quick example is we had a very bad motor vehicle crash on Litchfield Road about 2 months ago. A young lady got significantly injured, and Randy Dyer went out there and he focused his efforts on that road, and he was still seeing reckless driving. He had 2 speeds above 80 miles per hour on Litchfield Road by the Victory Baptist Church. We've all driven that road. We all know how that road is windy, and there's hills that you lose your line of sight. So we need more assistance when it comes to making this town safer on the roadways. And what we'll go through is our enforcement strategy to help us get there. So targeted enforcement, it's a combination of visible enforcement, which is deterrence, and the targeted enforcement, which is the data-driven response. Again, a speeding ticket is a specific deterrent. It's not a general deterrent. If we start getting some of these speed signs out there, that becomes a more general deterrent. People are being educated. They're seeing the speed. They see a speed limit sign that says 30 miles an hour. They're not looking down at their speedometer wondering what they're going, but if they see that flashing speed sign in one of these high-risk areas, they're going to say, wow, I'm actually going 47 miles per hour. I didn't realize I was going that fast. That becomes a more general deterrent as opposed to a specific deterrent of you're ticketing one person. You're giving that person a speeding ticket. Overall, people being able to visualize, educate themselves even, just saying, I didn't realize how fast I was going. Maybe I need to slow down. That's going to be a big part of this program that we're trying to implement. And how we're going to measure the success is the reduction in average speeds. And again, we'll get that data from these devices. It will show us speed patterns that have happened over a period of time on certain roadways in town. It'll give us a breakdown. Now I'll show you all slides of exactly what that data is, so I won't bore you until I get to that slide. It's also going to have a reduction in the vehicles exceeding speed limits, crash frequency trends, especially with injury, repeat complaint locations. Hopefully that we won't have repeat complaints. If we do, we'll go out there and do what we have to do to make sure we take care of that. And the effectiveness of enforcement locations over time. But the reason why enforcement alone isn't enough is because traffic safety improves when we use the combined efforts. We've been talking about working as a team together. This is the police working as a team using data, using devices. That would be our team in this situation to go along with our officers who are on the road, as well as engineering with DPW, such as signage, markings in the roadway, design adjustments, and then public education. Public education would simply be us on social media saying, we're doing this, take notice. Like I said, the speed signs saying you're going this fast, the overlays on the GIS map that we're going to be putting in, where people can actually go on our town website and look and see what the data is and what, where the accidents are and everything that's going on. It's public education. And I feel like sometimes that is the best approach, is when people can see it and they can educate, they can educate themselves. Community concerns and transparency. This program's completely focused on safety. This isn't a revenue generating program for anybody. We're looking to make this community safer for everybody on the roadways. This is a growing community. There's elderly people that are on the road in this town. There's brand new drivers that are on the road in this town. We don't have the data right now to say how much we've increased, but I can guarantee you since the 1980s, this town has completely blossomed as far as residential, commercial, industrial, and motor vehicle traffic. It's exponentially grown just since I've been here, since 2006. The locations that we selected, we did that using objective traffic safety criteria. We absolutely recognize public concern about traffic enforcement. It's a priority with the Londonderry Police Department. Visibility of enforcement can feel concentrated at times when you start seeing officers all piled up in the same area. We're trying to enforce the laws. We're trying to make sure that the roadways are safe. Efforts are targeted where risk is much higher. And again, I will show you the data that guides us to where those high-risk areas are. And fairness and consistency are our priorities in this program. Further concerns and transparency. Officers apply enforcement consistently across all corridors using discretion. Public input is part of the process, which is why this is being presented tonight and why it's going to be on the GIS map. Resident concerns help identify potential problem areas. We talked about that. That's one of the factors we use in determining one of our high-risk areas. All concerns are validated through traffic data. Transparency will be in our results. Traffic data and trends are reviewed over time. Enforcement locations are adjusted as conditions change, and the goal is measurable improvement in roadway safety. The expected outcomes we have from this will be reduced speeding in targeted corridors, fewer and less severe crashes over time. We cannot prevent everything. We understand that. But whatever we can do to mitigate it and lessen it, we are going to do. Improved driver awareness of speed compliance. That's those signs that we're talking about. They'll see their speed right in front of them. Currently, right now, we have 4 in town. There's 2 that are not working, and there's 2 that are working. Based on what we're looking to do, we're going to try and increase that so that there's more visibility. It'll be more efficient use of police resources, safer conditions for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers. Now I'm going to go into the target areas. I know that initially there was 46 locations identified based on the traffic management group, and then there was 23 that were put as potential high-risk areas. We broke it down to 10 targeted areas as far as the police department goes. The first one is Hall Road. Hall Road has been a major problem for us. Our officers are constantly patrolling it, but again, much like on Plainview and Delta, we don't have a time frame where we should be up there when a car is going 95 miles per hour and strikes another vehicle. We just can't predict that. Our officers have concentrated themselves, especially Officer Randy Dyer, on these areas. So you have Hall Road, you have Hardy Road by Fay Lane, coming down the hill, going up towards Stonehenge. High Range by Shasta, again, coming down the hill, going into the Shasta right there. People don't realize how much speed they pick up when they're going northbound on High Range Road, coming down that hill, approaching Shasta Drive. Litchfield Road between High Range and Mammoth. That has been a problem area for us, and it's been a highly patrolled area, and we still have major motor vehicle accidents on that road. Mammoth Road by Chase Road. That's the very southern end of town. I actually have one of the data points I have will show you exactly what goes on down there. Mammoth Road by Rockingham Road. Mammoth Road at South Road. This is, in my opinion, one of the worst intersections we have in town. Mammoth Road, South Road, going across the Griffin Road. That's a very difficult intersection, just the way it's designed. Stonehenge by McGregor. Wiley Hill between Burlang and Preserve, another downhill. People don't realize how fast they're actually going into a curve, as well as an intersection at Burlang and Preserve. Hovey Road by the Pillsbury Road Cemetery. Again, another hill going into a sharp corner. People don't realize how fast they're going. So this is some of the data, and I know it looks pretty small, but I can explain it. So we have a device called the Black Cat 2, built by a company called JMAR. We currently have one, and this is all the data that it collects. It's a black box. I'll show you. Actually, I'm going to skip ahead to the photo. I'll go back to the data. This is the device we have right here, the JMAR Black Cat 2. It goes on a telephone pole, just as you see, and it collects data both ways, vehicle descriptions, all that stuff. I'm going to go back just so we can look at some of the data. It's very impressive. So this is when we had it up on Bartley Hill. We had it on Bartley Hill from June 7th, 2025 to June 14th, 2025. Captured 1,128 vehicles, gave us an average speed of 37 in a 35 zone. Of those 1,100 vehicles, 50 presented enforceable violations. An enforceable violation, based on what we put into the data, was 10 miles per hour below the 10 miles per hour above the posted speed limit. So any vehicle going 45 miles per hour would be considered an enforceable violation. As you can see, the fastest speed, we had somebody going 65 and somebody going 7. It's probably just somebody pulling into a driveway. And then the middle slide, it'll show you the total speeds greater than all the way across, and then the vehicles that are actually traveling on that roadway and what their average speeds are. So if we have, an 18-wheeler, a motorcycle, a school bus, what have you, it's going to give us that data as well. What that also does, it assists us with no-through trucking. So if we start seeing a large amount of 18-wheelers or vehicles that are driving on a no-through trucking area, we can also focus some targeted enforcement on that as well. Another one was Hall Road. Actually, let me go back. So bottom left corner of the slide on the left, you can see that was determined to be a low-risk area for as far as an enforcement rating goes. Hall Road, you can see in the bottom left, is high. It's high because 53% of the vehicles traveling on that road, 53% of, so just for a time frame, July 30th, 2025 to August 18th, 2025, we had just shy of 19,000 vehicles travel on Hall Road. The data reported over 10,000 observable enforceable violations. 53% of people traveling on Hall Road were traveling 10 miles per hour above the speed limit.
You have one doing 87?
Had one doing 87.
Oh.
The average speed was 40, which is why it shows such a high percentage, because we have it set at 10 miles per hour above the posted speed limit.
Now, Chris, on that unit, it doesn't show anybody's speed.
That
It just records.
It records, we go and we obtain the data from that device, we bring it back, put it on a USB, and it provides all this for us.
Yep, thank you.
And like I said, we currently only have one of those.
That's in the vicinity of Murray's junkyard, correct?
That it was at the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
This was in response to the fatal accident. We put this up
Oh,
right
yeah.
after the fatal accident.
Again, just another example that I pulled up here.
And this is a year old, right?
This is, yeah,
From
this
last
was.
year, yeah.
So it's actually more traffic now because we have more, okay.
This is Mammoth at Baucus. So span of September 24th, 2025 to October 10th, 2025, we had just above 124,000 vehicles traveling eastbound and westbound, northbound and southbound on that road. Again, it also, in the middle, I know it's small, I forgot to mention this. As far as targeted enforcement goes and letting us know when things are happening, it'll give you a breakdown of the time, the day of the week, and what the average speed is. So if we start seeing that on Friday evening at Mammoth at Baucus, people are going 25 miles per hour above the speed limit, that's something that we can go down there and we can focus on, because we now know that. We have proven data over a 3-week period that says this is a constant, and it will break it down for us, whether they're going northbound, southbound, time of day, and day of the week.
And type of vehicle.
And type of vehicle, yep, on the slide on the right, it'll show you the type of vehicle. So we had over 19,000 enforceable violations, Mammoth at Baucus over that stretch. Obviously, that's only 16% because there's much more vehicles as opposed to the 53% that was on Hall Road. And that was determined to be a medium risk area. Again, 83 miles per hour going by that intersection of Chase Road, Box Road, and Mammoth, unacceptable. Pillsbury at Michaels.
I question this one.
Pillsbury at Michaels has obviously grown quite significantly. This was a very short sample size.
Oh, that's why.
We had to move that to another area. So
It just didn't make sense to me that Bartley Hill
had more
traffic
Yeah,
than there,
so-
when I know there's more traffic there. Now
Bartley
you
Hill
just said
was,
that.
About a 2-week stretch. This was only a 4-day stretch.
That's why.
Not,
Okay.
not even a full 4 days.
Okay.
And that was determined to be a low-risk area. Still had somebody going 63, and there was only 37 enforceable violations based on that 10 miles per hour above the posted speed limit that we had. Pillsbury and Jake,
Yeah.
same thing. You'd be surprised, but there was over 41,000 vehicles that traveled on Pillsbury and Jake Road between August 18th and September 1st, 2025. Again, determined to be a low-risk area. That does not mean that there is not negligent driving and reckless driving going on there. But based on what the data gave us, that would be determined a low-risk area. And I know there's probably a lot of people hearing these intersections come up in our targeted areas wondering, hey, why is my road not on there? Our goal is to get more of these devices so that we can have more target areas to look at. The more data we can collect, the better we can do at utilizing our resources.
But you gotta make sure the time period's the same. Otherwise, the data,
The data can be
Not gonna
skewed
be
if we
inaccurate.
don't use it at the same time. As far as certain roads, obviously, if we do a side road, like Lawson Farm, we're probably not gonna have as much data as we
no,
would
but
on
I mean, these
Shasta.
main roads that you're doing, it should be if you're gonna do it for 4 days, do it, all of them for 4 days, so that the data is comparable to each other.
We're looking at
You do
permanent
one-
devices.
This is the tip, sorry.
Yeah, that's the
Sorry?
temporary. We're looking at permanent devices. These are temporary devices,
Yeah,
EJ?
no, I understand, this is wonderful.
Yeah, right. What I'm saying is, though, we're talking about installing permanent device on that road, so you'll have 24/7, 365. We'll have data year over year, all the time. So it's different than this. These are temporary devices they put out because they only have like one of them. So they're trying to do the best they can with it. But
I just
we'll
think
talk
it's-
more about that at the end.
I just think this is great. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So, again, this next slide here, it shows you that breakdown of the days of the week,
Yeah.
northbound, southbound. It's truly an unbelievable tool that we have, but like I said, we only have one of those, and it is a temporary device. We do move it around based on needs, based on complaints, based on crash data that we're seeing.
Excellent.
That's the device that we have one of. These are the radar signs that we're looking to get. They provide us with unbelievable data as well. We're looking to, Town Manager, approximately 10 of those. We've identified 10 target zones. Dave's gonna talk, okay, all right, perfect. So as far as these go, they're gonna provide us with data as well. They're gonna be permanent. Their ideal thing would be to fix them to a current speed limit sign. The locations that we identified don't all have speed limit signs. It would make sense for us to put them on. So some of them may have to be erected on a telephone pole or another pole like that that would be put in by the town. The Stalker SAM-3 trailer, we have one of those. It is also another device that we can move around into targeted areas. But again, the objective is to obtain some of these speed signs so that we can have that permanent data. And I don't know if you want me to talk about the cost of anything.
I just want to go back to that speed sign, the permanent ones. We have, as Lieutenant Olson said, we have 2 in town. Well, it's actually only one left that is working. The other one has
Mammoth Road.
also died. The other one on Stonehenge
It's
has
dead.
also stopped. So those 2 are done. The one northbound on Mammoth coming up to Lions Hall is also no longer working.
Right.
The one that does work that you can see is the southbound lane on Mammoth Road. The unfortunate, but although you can see it, you can see your speed, it's no longer recording. We're not able to get the data off of it. At some point in time, we were able to get car counts and speed data. We can no longer get that information from it. So these signs would replace the ones we're looking at are similar to that, made by the same company, but they keep that data, which we can access 24/7. And as long as it's obtaining power, and we're looking at solar powered signs, as long as power is going to that sign, it's going to record it. Obviously, if there's a time when there's a battery issue or something like that, we'll miss that time period. But the goal is to get data that we can see at any point in time. There's a couple options on how we can see the data, whether it's through Wi-Fi or remotely using cellular. I think that would be best, just so at any point any of us can hop on, check out that data, see, okay, wait a minute, we have an issue here on Hall Road. This keeps coming up. We have to do something. So that's the purpose. We'd like to get these around town and build a network where we can see what's going on live and share that with the public.
Mhm. Is that the end of the presentation?
No.
Oh.
That was the end of ours. The summary was that our program is going to be data-driven, not just complaint-driven alone. And the focus is going to be on prevention and safety improvement. Enforcement is targeted, consistent, and it's measurable. We'll be able to provide results. We'll be able to provide data for the citizens of this town to see. And the goal is long-term behavior change, not just short-term ticketing. Short-term ticketing is not the goal here. It is to change the long-term behavior.
All right, so just in closing, or I shouldn't say closing, because these issues never really go away, but in summary, traffic, congestion, speeding, it's not unique to Londonderry. Every community around us and in the state and across this country are dealing with these problems. I think what you're seeing unique to how Londonderry is taking this approach now is what the town manager assembled here with this working group. You see the different level of disciplines that we have within this team. You have good data now being collected from the police department, from what their officers experience on the road, as well as new technology that we can deploy so that when these types of signs aren't working anymore, it's not discovered 6 months later or a year down the road when we send somebody out there to figure it out. It's going to come in through Wi-Fi so that we can analyze that, and we'll know when that stops, and we can go out there and then get it going again. So it'll be maintained by the Public Works Department. You see a team effort collectively that engineering is going to take a look at road designs and what have you, and then all this data is compounded then plotted on a map by GIS. So it's really a collective approach to gathering all that data to go after this before we make decisions or design changes or whatnot. It's much more than just saying, hey, let's make a code change. Let's identify a couple of roads because there's a lot of real upset residents there, and we're going to lower the speed limit, or we're going to put up a stop sign here and there. This is just a complete global overview of what we have going on in town. And one part of the presentation that we kind of passed over real quickly too, this just doesn't all fall on the back of the taxpayers, okay? There's a variety of funding sources that we can deal with through the planning process with what John does with designs and what have you, through our road program with James standing up a more formal road program. We're hearing all of these things collectively now. It's not just the police department against the speeders, or the way that we set up a road, or the way that thank you for going back to that. We have PUDs, we can get folks that are building in town to contribute to some of these things. But more importantly, we've now gathered all of this information into one area. It's not just, remember that board meeting, we talked about this and somebody got up and had a rant, or an understandable one. Or, the traffic safety committee has been dealing with things for years and years and years, but doesn't seem to be getting anything done, getting any traction. The people in this team now, in this group, has the ability to pull all that information together, formulate the best decision, and then deploy that for the betterment of the communities. And so that's what you see going on here tonight, and the team will continue to work towards that endeavor as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Could I just say one thing? I apologize.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Just going off of what he said, a lot of the equipment that you saw on that screen that we currently have was purchased with a state-funded traffic grant and was not on the taxpayers as well. So he's absolutely
That's
right in saying that we're utilizing different avenues to be able to obtain these.
Awesome. Dan, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, I just want to add that, we hear a lot about traffic in town, and it's either police department, you need to, run radar, you need to slow them down. We need to put a stop sign here. We need to put a stop sign there. A developer comes in, like at McGregor Cut, they put in those 2 signs, to slow people down and to count. And I found it interesting when Mr. Mulholland came here, and I was sitting on the traffic safety committee, and I'd sit there, and neighbors would come in and say, I want my speed reduced on my street. We don't have any data to back that up. So he formed this working group. And I tell you, I've been to all their meetings. I think I missed one. I've been to their meetings, and it's amazing the collaboration that goes on with this group. It's also interesting when I sit there and, well, who's going to maintain this speed limit sign over there on Stonehenge? I don't know. Can we get data off of it? They go and try to find data, and you can't get any data off of it. So nobody's been really told, this is your baby, take care of it, and get the information. These guys, I can't say enough of them. They're phenomenal. I love the fact that, we're going to get this information. I like sitting there and, when you're talking, and we got all this development going on in town. A perfect example, Hovey Road. I brought up Hovey Road at one of the meetings because as we get 4A in, as we get more development in, what are people going to do? They don't want to be going down Pillsbury Road, all right, and 102 for all the congestion. We're going to look at cut-throughs. What's a cut-through? Hovey Road. If I go Pillsbury, Hovey, to Hardy, to Stonehenge, so it just adds more to everything. So I think it's great the way they're getting the data for the accidents. And we look at the increase on the traffic, the data collection. So it also helps our police department because I remember a few years ago, Mr. Chair, that we had a warrant article for a couple officers just for traffic. All right, and that to me is just a knee-jerk reaction. It's just like, all right, we're just gonna throw people out there. With what we're doing here, what they're doing here, they're collecting the data. So now, Captain Betancourt can say, between 2 and 3 on this road, we have an issue. Traffic is speeding at X amount, all right? And he can, send somebody there, and they can do enforcement there. I think it's better use of our resources. I want to thank the town of Londonderry, the voters, when they voted in the warrant article to allow us to be able to purchase these The JMAR, I think, is a great tool.
Yeah.
Because I think it's great that it also tells you what kind of vehicle it is. You know, is it a motorcycle? Is it a truck? So I can't say enough. All of you, thank you for everything you do. I've enjoyed sitting in on these meetings, and I'm going to continue on going there and listening. I would encourage any counselor to attend these traffic, this working group, and see how it works. I think it's great.
Yeah.
That was nice, but I got a couple of questions.
I like that. Oh, yeah.
So, these roads that you've all picked out, are you going to prioritize them, you know, from worst to worst? Do you know what I'm saying? Is there going to be a priority list?
One being the worst 10.
Yeah.
We chose not to do that specifically. So we identified 46 areas because there's a combination, in some cases, safety, some are just congestion, because the speeds are so slow that because there's so much congestion. So it's a combination, and we chose not to do that. What we did is we can't fix all 46 overnight. So what we did, we identified what we thought were the 17 most critical to deal with first, to try to focus on those. And then PD focused, as they should, on the 10 areas where enforcement was the most valuable thing to do. And he identified what those are and their strategy to deal with them. But we're not going to score them in terms of, because if the people throughout this town, even the 46, I guarantee there's a number of people that say my street should be added to this too, and they're probably right. But again, we got to focus on some and work our way through them.
I appreciate that answer. But what I was going at is putting them in some order, like you were just saying, breaking them out into categories, even more subcategories. So in other words, roads A, B, and C, and D, and F have the highest amount of accidents, and then those accidents are broken out into impaired driving, the road, that's where John Trotter would come in. It's actually the road's fault because of line of sight or whatever. Things like that is going to be more broken down as you get into it. I'm sure it's going to take a while. I'm not saying like you got to do it like that. I think that that's kind of important. And I do think it's important that, I don't know which one of you guys are going to be representing the planning board, but, you know, and the council, we really should be looking at impact fees, extraction fees, and stronger verbiage in our development agreements to make sure that developers pay their fair share of how they're impacting something. So if something's an F and going to a G, even worse, even though I know F's the worst, but my point is they're impacting it, and they're impacting it by 20%. And they should have to belly up to the bar and pay their fair share on it moving forward, in my mind. The other thing is I want to say to you, Mr. Town Manager, it was almost a year ago. I sat here, you were sitting there, and Sean had brought up the traffic, that he was on the committee and that he wanted to really, his goal was traffic. And I said to you, I remember it distinctly, I said, would be great if we could just get some of the data from the police department. And I want to applaud you for taking that comment and that initiative to move this forward, to actually take the proper steps, put in policies and get the data to fix well, it's never going to be fixed perfect, we know that, but it would be a dramatic difference. So I want to say that was very great of you to do, and I want to say you guys did a fabulous job. And if you just take this data and just keep hounding it and homing it into being more and more specific, this is an incredible tool in your pocket to use. And that was it. I'm done.
So just a couple of things on that.
I'll go.
That's why the PD is looking at a new software program, because they did provide that. They worked with Mike, Captain Betancourt worked with Mike, and that there is data on our website about accidents, but the qualitative data is the important piece we're trying to fix with that. And their software program they're looking at is going to provide better qualitative data. And Mike can put that on there. That's a GIS overlay, which is why he's a key part in this, to be able to get that piece done. So we are working with the developers, as you know, with La Montagne for that PUD. For the first time, we're doing the traffic study, and they're paying the cost of that.
Nice.
And they agreed to do that, and they actually provided the first check for the traffic counts that they were doing there. There's other parts of that, and that's going to be like $120,000, $130,000 expense that they're going to pay for.
They're giving the money to us, and we're hiring our contractor to do that. Woodmont had the same thing. We had the same discussions with them on Pillsbury, the importance of having permanent traffic counting devices and all that, and they realized that. We're still working through that process, but I'm very encouraged working with them that we're going to get to that point, and my expectation is they're going to pay for that traffic study, not the taxpayers. So that's 2 out of the 3 of roads we own. Litchfield Road, we don't have a developer that would pay for that because there isn't a project in there. That will have to be a cost we have to bear on that one. The state routes are the other critical ones, certainly Route 28 South, all of Route 20. You get the Adams there and Peabody Road, there's a lot of congestion there.
Or even going north.
Yeah, absolutely. But we focused on the southern end because that's where the safety issues were because of the curves and the bends and the known accidents there. So that's not even on the state DOT list, Route 128 South. So if we can get a smaller, maybe we could convince them. This is the advocacy part at the state level. I know that Councilor Faber was with me when we met with Executive Councilor Stevens.
I was there.
Yeah, you were there as well to advocate that. And then, Representative Perez was there also to try to advocate for the corridor study on Route 102, which is like 25 on the list, which means it probably won't happen, to get that moved up. And then fortunately, though, Route 28 is higher up on the list. That's an important one too, but we've got to keep pushing that like other communities do. That's a key role that our legislative delegation needs to do, and and the council, the advocate, that's the political part of this, to get the state, because they own those roads, to focus their attention here on that.
But what makes that so strong is this data.
Right, exactly.
So now it's not, this got a lot of accidents.
Right.
It's like, look, here's the data,
There you go.
boys. We now have the data, and so we can revisit the state and say, we told you this was a bad road. Now here are all the facts to back it up. So what are you going to do? You need to pony up.
Exactly.
So I think that's awesome. So
Yeah, that's all part of the strategy. We have
I
to make
applaud all you guys.
we have to make the case, and that's what this team has been working on and doing it. And we're making progress. We've identified key areas that we have to work on. And again, anybody else that's out there, we know there are other streets that are issues, but we can't solve all those problems at once. We're going to try to make an effort in this particular area. Now, the next steps for us. You got more questions? Because
I had a question on the traffic studies. So is my understanding, and I've seen a lot of these on the planning board, that Stantec does it for the town. We have the developer do the traffic study for them. I'm just trying to see what's the difference between how we've done it before and how it's changed.
What they do is a peer review. That's what
Okay.
we've been doing. They do the traffic study, so they're the ones who create the data. And then we just do a peer review. HTA is another firm that we use for that. The difference is we're doing it. We're deciding where the locations are, and they're working for us. When you work for somebody, you work for them. And we saw this most recently in a project that we started out with. They said we only had to do one thing. Well, we ended up making them do 4 things. So it's depending on who you work for, depends on the kind of message that you get, and that's why it's important for us. For them to be working for us and having them pay us to do those, because they're working in our interest.
So to be clear, though, before the developer was paying for the traffic study and doing it, but they were deciding the locations?
No, they would sit with staff to determine what intersections they were going to do an analysis on. But again, it was the developer's consultant that was doing the analysis.
Staff.
Exactly.
Okay, so
and then our third-party consultant would do a
the
peer review. Correct.
So this way, instead of the developer's person doing it, then the town's doing it. Okay.
They can water it down.
Yep.
Cut to the chase.
Yep. Thank you.
So
And
the
you
way
get
I understand
different
it, John,
versions of
would
the
be
problem.
the town does it,
Yeah, I
but the
got it.
developer pays for it.
Yeah, I get it.
So next steps. The next steps will be coming to you for the authorization to expend money out of that new transportation capital reserve fund to purchase devices. We're finalizing with the locations, and those will be permanent devices. They will do 2 things. They will give us the speed, as you saw there, plus they will also give us the traffic counts, which is what we want. Year-over-year data, we'll be able to see the peaks and flows of that activity. Then Mike will be putting that information on our GIS webpage so everybody else can see it as well. And then as time goes, we'll do more of those. We still have to figure out how we're going to deal with Litchfield Road because, again, I don't have a developer to have them pay for that cost. But Pillsbury, we're working with Woodmont on that one, and we've already started with Auburn Road corridor with LaMontagne Builders because of the PUD they want to plan up there instead of the taxpayers having to pay the freight. So those are the next steps. We expect to do that on July 6th. come to you to ask for money to be transferred there because you have that authority to allow us to do that for those traffic counting devices to get them purchased and installed. We're looking at about 10 of those. That's a start. Obviously, we need to have more, but we need to be judicious about how much we spend right now and work our way through that process.
Yep.
Those are the next steps.
Fantastic.
I think you have our support. So, thank you guys. Excellent
Thank you.
presentation. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I just want to
Yeah.
touch base on one thing.
Yeah.
These men are awesome, by the way.
Yeah. Agreed.
So we have had traffic counting devices, and we've had measurable data since 2008. In 2008, we purchased our first JMAR. Those are the ones that you used to see. They're a green box that were chained or bolted to the road to a pole or to a guardrail and had a tube that went across the road that we used to send our officers out there with a hammer and driving those things into the ground. So we have had this data for a long time. In about 2015 or 14-ish is when we went to that black box, and those were a lot more expensive, and the data has got better with time. But even before that, back when we were all rookies, you know how we did traffic data? We would sit in our car, and we were given a sheet, and we were told to stop cars for a half an hour, and you would clock your radar. They went by at 30, you write down 30. Up there's 38, you write down 38. That's how we did it. And if anybody was over that threshold, we would stop them, write it down, and that was the original data: paper, pencil, and a cruiser. So thank you for listening to these gentlemen. I just wanted to share that we do have data. We've been sharing it for years.
I just want to thank the whole committee. I mean,
Yeah.
we wouldn't have this without you and all the work you've put in for the whole, almost a year now at this stuff. So this is the end
Yes.
result of all your hard work. So
Very much appreciate what you guys do, so thank you.
Yeah.
Time is it? I can't see the clock.
All right, up next, discuss and provide guidance to the town manager for the FY 2028 budget. So we all had homework to do, to come back. And I know that I want to share a few things that we talked about last meeting that we really didn't decide what we wanted to do. So toward the end of the meeting, we were talking about default budget plus 1%. And then we started to talk about off the total budget, that being the most fiscally conservative. Did anyone else have any input into that? None? Okay. So the direction would be then default budget plus 1% off the total budget.
So 1% off of the default budget.
1% default plus 1% off the total budget.
Okay, when you say the total budget, does that include warrant articles or just the operating budget? I want to make sure I'm clear about this.
Included, that's what we were talking about last time, was we didn't want to have the tax rate spike like you had said. So we had talked about taking it off the total default. That's why I didn't know if anyone else had any input. We're talking about taking it off the total budget.
Both budgets, Ron?
Okay, so
Because remember we had talked about how the tax
regular
rate
budget,
spiked 14%?
well, the one they're gonna give us,
Yeah.
right? And then the default. So both budgets you want 1% off of. That's what
No,
you're saying.
1%, default plus 1%.
Default plus 1%. What
Yeah.
about the regular budget?
That is, the default budget plus 1%.
you mean the regular budget?
Like the two numbers. We have two budget numbers, right? Are they both gonna get 1% off?
I'm trying to understand, what do you mean two budget numbers?
When you go to the ballot, right? You see two numbers on there?
Yeah, one's the default, one's the proposed.
So do you want that also on their proposed?
So the default is unchanging. We don't control that. What we're talking about here is what is going to be the proposed. So the default's going to be what it's going to be. We don't have any control. He's looking for direction on what the proposed is going to be.
But
So that'd
he
be a
keeps
second
saying
number.
default, so I'm getting
He's saying
confused.
what he wants for the proposed is what the default number is, because that's not decided by us.
Okay, so that
adding
number
1%.
that you have to pay your obligations.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, adding 1%.
Plus 1%.
Plus 1%.
But Ron, are you
That
including
made it a little clearer.
the warrant articles that passed as well?
In what I'm talking about right now, I am, because as the town manager said the last meeting, 14% with all the warrant articles.
Okay, so what you're looking, so just so I understand this, you're looking at the default to include all the warrant articles that passed as well.
If the department wants it, yes.
Still not, I'm still confused.
So just so I'm clear, I'm gonna create a default budget, first
Yep.
thing. I'm gonna add 1% on top of that.
Yep.
Right? And I have to fit whatever I'm proposing within that.
Yes.
Any warrant articles also have to fit within that number.
That's what we had talked about, so we don't spike it to the 14%
Yeah.
that
I
you
just-
talked about.
So
I think
we all
I
on the
understand
same
what you're
page
saying
now?
now, so.
Do
Are
you?
we all on the same page?
I understand what he's asking.
You
for.
understand,
Yeah.
I understood, everybody else could, amen.
Okay, okay. Wow.
Right on.
Well, thank you. All right, let's see.
Next. What do we need to do?
You guys have been very
for-
patient on the, up next, the discussion with the Reverend Morrison House. Thank you for all those that are very patiently waiting.
I know, they're good for them. Committed.
Ready?
Go ahead, so, yeah, sorry,
Okay.
go ahead.
I was directed on March 16th, 2026, to research all the options as well as the pros and cons for each regarding future options for the Reverend Morrison Meeting House, otherwise commonly known as the Lions Hall off of Mammoth Road, the white building. As we know, that there were a couple warrant articles. Both were defeated on March 10th by a large number in regards to capital funding. So this memorandum incorporates the feedback that I've received from the public. It was a public engagement session on April 27th of 2026, and people have come to see me individually as well. Got a lot of really good feedback, really helpful. I came up with a list of items, and they doubled that list of options, that's why we do public engagement. So I'm not going to go through the history. You can read all that in there. I think you folks know, but the folks in the public, it's in the packet in terms of the present status of the building. We don't need to reiterate that. And there's a list of options here, and I'm going to go through each one briefly, and you can certainly ask me questions about that. And these are not necessarily in any particular priority. They're just a list. One would be to sell the property. And the process to do that would be to obtain appraisals and establish a disposition strategy, solicit proposals through a realtor, negotiate transaction documents, and complete a sale. Advantages to that: eliminates long-term capital liability, transfers operating and code compliance responsibilities to that new owner, may preserve the building if preservation conditions are included, and provides immediate financial return. The disadvantages are potential public opposition regarding loss of a civic asset, reduced control of a long-term use, preservation conditions could reduce market interest, and loss of valuable public space in the downtown area, which, as you know, we have limited viable spaces for that. Number two would be to donate the property to a nonprofit or for-profit entity, and that would be defined. We define the public purpose requirements to do that, solicit proposals from qualified organizations, conduct public hearings and establish findings to support the transfer, negotiate deed restrictions, reversion rights, and performance obligations. Advantages: preserves the structure while shifting financial burden, may attract organizations eligible for grants and donations, could maintain public access or programming. Disadvantages: higher legal and public policy risk, potential criticism regarding transfer of public assets, requires strong enforcement and oversight provisions, and recipients may lack the long-term financial capacity to renovate and operate the building. Number three would be demolish the structure and create a public park. Process outline would be conduct environmental testing and review, update demolition and site restoration estimates, conduct public hearings on demolition and future site use, bid and complete demolition and abatement, design and construct passive or active park amenities. Advantages: long-term structural and safety liabilities are addressed, retains a public ownership and civic use of the property, lower long-term operating costs than full rehabilitation, and allows memorialization of the site's history. Disadvantages: permanent loss of the historic structure, potentially significant public opposition, ongoing park maintenance obligations remain, could negatively affect community perception if demolition proceeds prematurely. 4, lease the property to a nonprofit or for-profit entity. And these are similar. I won't spend a whole lot of time. That's certainly an option in there that allows us a certain degree of control over it if we did that. But we'd have to make it code compliant, which of course is not right now. Work with the Braver Angels and its citizen-led solutions program. They've done this across the country. When we had some folks talk about here today, that's an option for us to ask them to have a more engaged process, and they have facilitators that do that. Advantages, builds public legitimacy and transparency, encourages collaborative problem solving, may identify hybrid approaches and community partnerships, helps engage residents not previously involved. Disadvantages, it's time intensive. Recommendations are non-binding, does not resolve funding or structural issues directly. Consensus may still prove to be difficult to obtain. Temporary stabilization, mothballing. This is a good idea that Dave brought up. Dave Ellis. Conduct limited engineering assessment focused on preservation and stabilization. That'd be fairly limited. There wouldn't be a whole lot would have to be done there. Address moisture intrusion, drainage, roofing, ventilation, and weatherproofing. Dave is actually trying to get, I sent you a status report on that, Therian Roofing, to go up and just seal around that flashing on that chimney. Dave was in there with Ricky Robichaux during a rainstorm, and there was no rainwater coming in, which is good. So what we're thinking is the ice may be getting up underneath that in the wintertime. That may be the only time we have that issue. So if we can get that resolved, that'll prevent the water from getting in there and the mold issues and help to deal with that. Perform minimal structural reinforcement necessary for preservation, secure the building and establish periodic inspection protocols, develop fundraising and planning timeline during stabilization period. This would help, again, buy some time. Prevents further deterioration, lower cost and full rehabilitation, preserves future options. Does not create immediate public use, still requires annual maintenance funding, deferred decision-making can create uncertainty, stabilization costs may grow if long-term plans remain unresolved. Number 7, preserve as a historic structure without prioritizing active use, pursue historic designation and preservation planning, complete essential structural and envelope repairs, limit occupancy and public access to occasional events or tours, develop interpretive signage and educational materials, establish maintenance reserve and inspection schedule. Advantages, maximizes historic preservation, lower renovation scope than full adaptive reuse. Preserves visual identity and community heritage, could support tourism educational programming. Disadvantages, building may remain underutilized, ongoing maintenance obligations continue, limited occupancy may reduce community support, difficult to justify a long-term public expenditure without active use. Community Arts Center, I'll go over the advantages and disadvantages, creates active civic use, supports arts, culture, and community events. Could increase activity in the town center. I attended one of these actually this Sunday we had over at the barn at the Historic Society. 75 people were at that event for the Wild Apples, which was pretty, not a whole lot of communities have that. We have that here, but this could be a location where this could be done as well. May attract outside grants and sponsorships. Disadvantages, significant capital and operating costs, requires sustained programming demand. Parking accessibility and code upgrades may be substantial. Operational subsidies may still be required. Number 9, independent nonprofit partnership, Friends of the Meeting House. And I added a packet in the packets of information. There's a group of folks that got together and have some ideas about that. I think they'll may talk about that more when we have the public comment session. But I included those documents in there. We got some folks that want to try to run with this and see what they can do. I met with Ray Breslin on a couple of occasions about that, and the old-fashioned putting a thermometer up there to show that money's coming in, and when other people drive by and see that, they may say, oh, every day it seems to be increasing. Maybe I want to throw some money into that process. So that was kind of the mindset that was behind that, and if we can get people to do that, and this does happen across the country, so it certainly is an option that's viable. It diversifies the funding sources, encourages volunteer engagement and community ownership, allows fundraising outside municipal limitations, provides organizational focus on preservation and programming. Disadvantages, success depends heavily on volunteer leadership capacity, which we stretch a lot in this community. Long-term sustainability may be uncertain. Town may still bear ownership risk. Governance and accountability structures must be clearly defined. And then 10, a historic preservation and grant initiative. Pursue formal listing on the New Hampshire State Registry of Historic Places. Apply to preservation focus initiatives such as 7 to Save. Develop phased preservation priorities. Identify grant opportunities and matching fund requirements. coordinate with preservation organizations and private donors. Advantages: expands eligibility for preservation funding, raises public awareness and credibility, supports phased and lower-cost preservation work, may strengthen regional partnerships. Disadvantages: grant funding is competitive and uncertain. Matching funds may still be required. Administrative and grant management workload can be significant. Does not by itself establish long-term building use. Redeveloping the buildings in a senior center, there was talk about that. That's certainly an option, although we do have an active senior center, but that was brought up in the feedback session. You can certainly look through those items there. Mixed-use civic and community market concept, which other communities have, like a farmer's market, which we really don't have here. There's a lot of interest in a lot of communities for that, and it brings a lot of people out. Encourages daily activity and occupancy, could improve long-term financial sustainability, supports economic activity within the town center, blends historic preservation with practical use. Disadvantages: complex operational and financial structure, potential neighborhood and traffic concerns. There really isn't much of a neighborhood there, but I mean, there is one house around the corner. Requires substantial innovation and modernization. Commercial viability may be uncertain. There are some communities that actually do a farmer's market in the wintertime in buildings, and there's different types of things that they do there, jams and things like that. So it could be used all year round. Some other things that came up during the public listening session, again, I only came up with like 5 items, and these folks added 7 others. Several additional themes. Town should improve communication, branding, and public education efforts regarding the meeting house. Residents expressed interest in renaming the facility to emphasize civic rather than religious identity. There's this issue about whether this is a religious building because it's the Reverend Morrison Meeting House, and the idea was talking about maybe changing the name to the Meeting House or the Londonderry Meeting House. That might make it easier for folks to connect with that. It doesn't have a religious identity. It's not a church. It's a public building. So there's some discussion about that. Benchmarking against successful preservation projects, including Upper Village Hall in East Derry, was recommended. Participants encouraged expanded outreach to residents who have not historically engaged in the discussion. Community members emphasized the importance of presenting fully developed plans with operational details, funding strategies, and implementation timelines. Participants strongly supported exploration of volunteer labor, community fundraising, sponsorships, and preservation partnerships. Several comments emphasized that the failed warrant article should not necessarily be interpreted as a definitive rejection of preservation. Residents encouraged visible steps to improve curb appeal and public perception while long-term decisions are pending. As you saw, some folks already volunteered to do that. We have a couple of flags up there and some bunting and some flowers out front. It was looking kind of drab before. Now it's got at least some color to it. One participant proposed a facade that would look similar to what an existing meeting house might be, in construction of new facilities behind that. That's been done in other places in the United States as well as abroad. So there's a whole range of options in it. There's materials for you to think about here. And again, a whole lot of options. And the good thing is there's nothing that requires us to act on this right away. The building is there. We are going to take steps to prevent the water from getting in there. That's a really low cost. Dave was proposing to go up there with his guys with a lift, but I don't really like that idea, and that's kind of uncomfortable for guys that don't do that work to be climbing up there. It's better to get a roofer up there. It's a lot safer to go up there and just do that quick work, which he's been working on. But it's tough to get roofers this time of the year, so he's got to get them fit in there. So,
Sean has a question for you.
Yes.
Oh, no, I didn't have a question.
Sorry.
I just wanted Councilor Paul, are you involved with the Save the Meeting House group, or?
I was at the listening session.
Okay, but you're not involved with that group. That's just the public. Okay. Okay.
I was at
We're
the
going to
meeting.
be. Are we going to be hearing from them?
Not today.
Okay. I guess my opinion is we should give this group a chance, and that's why I asked if you were, because then I could ask you questions about it.
It would be unprofessional for me to do that.
Yeah, gotcha. So I think we should give this group a chance. I think that it's passionate people that got together and they want to take a shot at saving a building that's very important to them and to other members of the community, and I think that we need to give them that opportunity. The thing that I would ask, probably the first thing out of that, is just we do need to know a time frame of when they would get back to us for stuff. So the problem has been with this meeting house is that it's gone on and on and on, I mean, we've been years of trying to get this. So I'm happy to let this group take a swing at it and try to see what they can come up with and really, take that passion and drive it forward. But I do want to get us to be able to get an answer within, a reasonable amount of time. So I'd just like to hear when the time's appropriate from that group about, when they can kind of get us an update of what the plan is and what those things would be. That'd be my thought on this.
Want my 2 cents then?
Absolutely.
I believe the building should be preserved. I think we need to save it. It's in the center of our community. What I have a problem with is that this is not the only building where it's gone into disrepair. We have the library. I remember when we had the senior center. That was another issue. We need to maintain our buildings, plain and simple. All right? We need to stop ignoring stuff because we're going to try to save a couple bucks on the budget. It's costing us more money now at that library if we had just kept up with everything. We saw that with the senior center. I'd like to see this group succeed. My big thing is I'm all about having a plan. I want a plan. So if this group decides, you know what, we're going to do this, give us a time frame. All right? We're by October, we're going to have a plan out for you, and this is what we plan on doing. And lay it all out for the council. Because the last thing I want to see is us just delay. All right? And delay. It's like, okay, let's move forward and let people know out there what the plan is, how we're going to save this building. All right? And maybe people will step up and say, if we have that thermometer up there, maybe people will step up and say, hey, I'm going to donate money. I don't know, maybe somebody in the community that, decides they're going to leave their fortune to the building, to restore the building.
You never
That would
know.
be awesome. But, yeah, I agree. I think we need to save it. But I think we also, as a council, need to look at we are sitting up here because things have been ignored for years, okay? We have 2 fire stations that have major issues, We have the Lions Hall, we have the library. Work has to be done at the PD with the roof and stuff, and the town hall. So we need to do a better job of managing our buildings.
Well, Dan, I think we might all be on the same page.
Ron?
I actually agree. Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry.
No, are
I
you
was
going to
gonna-
close it up?
Nope.
Okay.
I was not
You
glad.
speak your
Good.
thing first. That's
Deb,
fine.
Deb, don't interrupt.
No, I was
We're on
going to
the
say,
same
I
page.
think,
Wanted to
I
say
think all
two
3 of us are on the same page, and we'll see what you have. I think,
We'll tear it down.
I think
Sorry.
following up on what Sean and Dan said, I think I'd just like to see a plan. Let's just have you guys bring us a plan with some dates when you can do things, when you think you'd have them ready, when you can present to us. And I think you said
Have
it.
a
I think-
public hearing.
Yeah.
And let
I
people
agree
know
with
this is how we want to save the building.
So, 3 things I wanted to
please
to bring up. I agree with you all.
Yeah.
So we should all go celebrate.
There we go.
Number 1. Number 2, I think that we as a board, relatively soon, should really think about putting in together a building maintenance plan, because this is a problem. And I agree with Dan. We're in this state because of the willy-nilliness of it all and stuff like that. So I don't know if you want to put that on an agenda someday, Ron, for further discussion. I think it would be really, really good to do that. And I did want you to know that there is a group in town that I am involved with. This is the Green Team. They're a nonprofit. They have been talking about a farmer's market. They wanted to use the pavilion, do it the same day as the concerts on the Commons, from like 3 to 7, kind of like Derry's, because there'll be music, it will bring people, it would be successful. I've had conversations with 4 farmers in town, and they're all willing to participate. So that was one of the things that was mentioned. That's something, and we were gonna call it the Londonderry's, Londonderry Apple Way Farmers Market, creating community one market at a time. And so that was the whole pitch of it. Again, educating people on sustainability, gardening, growing their own food, embracing artisans, doing all of that sort of thing for the community, because that's part of our quality of life. That's what brings Londonderry people together. And so, you know, politics doesn't, but food does.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing. And so, you know, we're in the beginning stages. Our group would love to, and I will have Marge, who's the chair, talk to these people, because if they ever it takes a while to become a nonprofit. If they decide to do that, and you guys decide to do it, there's a thing called a fiscal agent that allows. I talked to the Arts Council about it as well. So if you wish to go after a grant, but you're not a 501c3 because you're Beautify Londonderry or the Art Council or this group until you become one, you can use a fiscal agent. So in other words, they apply for the grant on your behalf because of this project, right? They apply for it. I mean, the people have to give them all the information. Then what happens is, if you get the grant, the fiscal agent takes 1%, and they give you the money. They allocate. Some of them do it, like Mackie Loeb does it for other newspapers. The New Hampshire Collaborative, who's a nonprofit. If you're not a nonprofit newspaper and you want to go after a grant, you can go through the Collaborative as a fiscal agent. They get the grant, they bring in it, they take like 5 to 10%. So if you went for a $20,000 grant, say you got awarded the grant, the agent gets a percentage or nothing, and then the people who wanted it get the rest of the
So
money.
just so we stay on the Morrison House.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm
But
saying,
I'm just
do you
saying
want to
there
put
are
this?
things out
We can
there
put this
for
on a
them.
future agenda.
Yeah.
Because I just want to stick it with the Morrison House,
I
but
understand.
I can
just
throw that
wanted
on
to
a
give you
future agenda.
information on that,
Yeah.
because that's,
Mr. Chair. I just want to point out, I mean, the thing with the farmer's market, if you did something like that, if you utilize that pavilion, you know, for events, it draws attention to that building.
Yeah, it
And
should-
then
would work
get
in
your word out.
conjunction.
So I think that would be a good thing, to try to utilize that area.
I'm going to ask the town manager, do you see any issue with, because I know people have asked to use public town spaces before. There's aspects of insurance and other things. You would probably know this better than me. It might not just be as easy as, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, we got a lot of people that use the green. There's a form that they fill. They provide us with insurance, and there's event insurance for different types of things. The city of Concord has their farm. They close a street down. They have it right on the public street.
Okay,
Other
so
communities
no
have that.
issue. Awesome.
Yeah, these are things that can be done fairly easily. And you just have to work with the nonprofits that are going to run it and the groups that are going to run it.
No, I think that was a great idea, because
it will help.
I like
them.
farmers markets. I think the timing is good with the concerts on the common there. That's half of it. Starting a farmers market is getting people. We got a built-in crowd. It draws attention to the building, and it utilizes town spaces. I think it's and for people attending, it's a good 2-for-1. So
Right.
that's
Well,
awesome.
and it's good for our local farms.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, not just the
Win-win-win.
big farms. I mean, the little guys. There's a lot of little tiny farms,
And I
mini
love that.
farms, I call them, in our community, which is another thing I'd like to talk to you, Ron, about. And I know it's off topic,
Yeah.
but I want to put together an agricultural committee.
Okay.
So I'd like to have that on the agenda.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just back on task, we're good.
So do we need to have a public hearing on this? Or how do you want to do this?
Well, that's what I'm gonna ask
With
is,
the-
do we want to ask the committee to come back to us with some dates when they can?
I think they've got to contact us when they're ready.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
don't know that they're ready.
Right.
When they're ready for a date, then we do, and then we can talk.
Good. Okay,
No, I was just trying to think about it real time. I mean, in the end of the day, that's kind of the first thing that we need is
Yeah.
to know kind of.
I mean, there's no-
what
Do
they're
we give them
thinking.
permission
So
to
yeah,
put up the thing or something?
I think town manager gave him permission to put stuff up.
Okay, they,
right? So they're good with
Yes,
that.
I did.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
can do
So,
that.
yeah.
Okay, so I guess
So-
that was, I didn't hear
Yeah.
that, sorry.
Yeah,
So I think we're all in agreement, right? We
Yeah.
want a plan. We want to save the building. We want something done with the plan.
Yeah, so when they're ready, they can contact us and we can
Wanna
have them come and.
have them come to us when they're ready.
All right, I mean, I thought it'd be nice if we just had a hearing on it, so.
Well, the town manager already had a public hearing. That's what I'm saying. He already got the input. So now we need this committee to take all the input that he gave us in this memo, and kind of tell us what they would like to do with it.
So with all the options he gave us, this is the one we want to move forward with.
Did you want a different one?
No, I'm just.
Oh, yeah, I
I'm just
think we're all-
asking everybody else.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
not-
all in
Thinking-
agreement.
I mean, they did an amazing job on this brochure.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'd like to see what else they can do. I mean, if they put this together in quick time, I'd like to see what they can do with, a couple months or so, so. Are we good with that?
Yeah. I
Okay.
mean,
Can they ask one question? I
No,
don't know.
not to public comment.
you have to wait till public comment, they said.
Are we good with just having to move forward with that?
Yep.
All right. All right, up next, discussion on strategic plans.
This is just on there if you have any other changes that you'd make. The public hearing is scheduled for the 15th.
Any further changes from
You
anybody?
never sent me your changes you wanted. Remember I asked at the meeting, you had some changes you wanted, and I said I
Okay.
never got them. And
Okay,
I
I'll
just
send them to
wanted to
you.
look at them. I
Yeah.
mean, I might agree with you, I don't even know. I just was hoping you were gonna.
I will send them
to
to you.
me.
Didn't realize you didn't get them, so I'll send them to you. I have them all written out already, so.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
I'll send them right to you tomorrow.
Thank you very
If
much.
you don't get them by tomorrow noon, how's that?
I'll yell
Call
at
me.
you.
Yeah, yell me.
Well, are there any changes we should be making for the public hearing? So we publish the one that has the changes? I just want to be clear, but that's probably how we should be
I
doing
don't
it.
wanna stop this, so.
No, I don't want to stop the public hearing either, so.
I'm fine. I'm
That's
good.
fine. I still would like to see.
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
We can always, I guess, do them during too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to delay the public hearing anymore. We already delayed it once, so.
No, I know, if you're going to make changes, though, if you give them, I could put those changes in, so that way people
Okay.
would know what they are and they could comment on it.
Show them to me. If I say
Okay.
they're okay, then you're good and there's
Okay.
no problem.
That's fine. All right. Any further discussion on strategic plan?
What is heck in here?
Okay.
That's all I got.
All right. Approval of consent items. I'll take a motion to approve the consent items.
Second.
A motion from Dan, a second from Sean. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'm going to lead us off tonight with liaison reports. I had the pleasure of attending the Pennachuck Board of Directors meeting, and I was the only member of the public there. So Londonderry was represented well. Pennachuck called us out and said they appreciated us being there. They allowed me to say a few words, and it was really a good meeting. So I think we have a good partnership with them, and they really they respect the partnership that they have with us. So I think it went really well, and I think there's a lot of good things to come forward in the future. Any other liaison reports? Deb just left, so I'm not sure. Deb's not home. All right. If Deb comes back, I will ask her. I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Okay, I'll just go over the agenda for the
Yeah.
next two meetings. Public hearing on the strategic plan is scheduled for the 15th. Public hearing on acceptance of $45,000 from the opioid litigation that was going on. That's unanticipated funds, so we have to go through the process of doing a public hearing on that. Discuss the request from a resident sponsored by Councilor Bouchard to develop a policy for communication with legal counsel. Presentation of petition to form a water special assessment district. Discuss and act upon the request from Library Board of Trustees for additional funding for repairs to the library building envelope and Phase 2 HVAC replacement project cost. I think it's important to reiterate this a couple different times. We're talking about the Phase 2 envelope cost. It's like $572,000. That's 2A. There's 2B, which we're not going to be able to fund this year. But there's money in the Phase 2A part to do the engineering analysis to get us ready for the 2B, which would have to be part of the budgetary process that we're going to go through in the fall, because we don't have the funds available to do that. That's like $856,000, something like that. And then discuss how much of that would come out of the operating budget and how much will come out of the expendable maintenance trust fund for that cost. Discuss and act upon the funding request for the repairs to the roof and fascia of Fire Station Number 2. Discuss and approve the transfer of funds from the expendable maintenance trust fund to offset a portion of the cost of the repairs. And we're also hoping to use the proceeds from the sale of 10 Beacon Street to offset some of that cost as well. That's the schedule for the 15th. The July 6th schedule just got added to, which is understandable. Discuss petition for a request to reclassify the cul-de-sac on Ashley Drive to a petition right-of-way. Request from the town manager to withdraw funds from the Transportation Capital Reserve Fund for traffic and speed counting devices, which I just talked about. We also need to add in a discussion about, right now we have two red listed bridges. One is on Stokes Road and the other one is on Hall Road. We want to transfer, DPW has recommended the transfer, and I agree with them, transferring the funds from Stokes Road to Hall Road. Hall Road is a scour issue underneath it. You can't see it driving over the bridge. The bridge looks fine to you, but it's all scoured out where the abutments are, and that's why it's a red-listed bridge. There are state, federal funds that go towards that. We're recommending those funds get moved from Stokes Road over to this road. That's a much heavier used road. Not only that, DOT is working on a plan to eliminate that Stokes Road bridge. It won't be necessary because they want to line up that intersection of the other end of Stokes Road. It's a little loop with the intersection with Route 128, otherwise known as Mammoth Road. So it's part of that signalized intersection, and that will shut off that access way there, and we can eliminate that. Potentially get ARM funds to be able to restore that waterway in there to what it normally used to be. That bridge is in pretty rough shape, and it has very little traffic that goes over it. So that'll be coming before you as well. And then we're going to have the parking provisions on the schedule for July 6th for Plainview and Delta. And then there's just an agenda item for reference to traffic. It sounds like the traffic management plan, which was TC 103, and the traffic code updates. Those are those two pieces. So those are the agenda items. Some of the things that I need help with between now and the 15th, more hopefully before the 8th, we're trying to get a handle on what the costs are going to be. We know where our legal budget is already over budget. We're missing some of the costs for April, May, and of course the whole month of June. We know that there is one investigation by DTC that's going on. There's no secret about that. I don't have the cost of that. That's going to directly impact our legal line. And we also know about the Veritas investigation, which there's no secret about that at this point either. Trying to get a handle on what that cost is going to be so we can factor that in and know how much money we're going to have available for library repairs and fire station repairs. And if there's, I don't need to know what other investigations you may have going on, but at least what the projected costs are going to be between now and the end of June would be very helpful. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to give you a full picture about what's going on. It's also important to understand that the legal cost for FY27, there's going to be a 30% increase in our legal rates, as we know. That is not budgeted for. In fact, I proposed a budget of $275,000. That was cut to $200,000. And it's gone over every year, significantly over. And I expect we're on track to do that again in FY26 and certainly in FY27. But then a 30% increase in the rates really drives that up. We're going to have to figure out how we're going to deal with that. We did save some costs by using NHMA legal advice, which we pay for. We don't have to pay by the hour, but we pay for that as part of our fees. And we didn't use legal counsel for contract negotiations at all this year. We did it with our own staff. So that saved us some cost. But going into next year, which is July 1, we'll be negotiating contracts with 6 unions instead of just 2. And we do not have the staff and HR to do that alone. Hiring an attorney to do that is going to be exceptionally expensive and really not necessary, but we are going to have to figure out how we're going to deal with that. And we're working on a couple of strategies, but none of that's budgeted for. Groundbreaking ceremony for the school district office right behind us here is scheduled for June 23rd at 3 p.m. It would be nice. I think most of the councils have replied back to me they'll be able to attend. And there'll be a speaking part for you, Chairman Dunn, on that. And I already covered the other items. So those are the things I have for you, unless there's any questions of me.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Dan.
I have a few things. So I went to finance today and I asked how much is our legal line up to right now? We have spent $235,016.65. That does not include the April or May legal bills. And we had 200,000 budgeted. Currently, we're paying $290 for an attorney, for our town attorney. And July 1st, that goes up to $375. We're paying $450 for investigations an hour, $450 an hour. I just want to point that out because it's like, this is really out of control. That's why I have sponsored, June 15th, to review the policy for communication with legal counsel. Because when I look at these bills, I'm like, there's a lot of billing on this that is unnecessary. It's a waste. It's a waste of taxpayers' money. So that's my 2 cents on that. The other thing is, I want to congratulate our town manager. This is his 1-year anniversary date. He came to us a year ago. So he's been with us for a year. And I asked during the budget process, when are we going to evaluate the town manager? And you stated that we have a date set for that later on. Again, when I start looking, Mr. Chair, at the charter, the contract, our municipal codes, they're all conflicting on how we evaluate this. So annually, the town council is responsible for evaluating the job performance of the town manager. And it's the chair's responsibility to coordinate the evaluation, including obtaining input from other members of the council, aggregating that information, presenting it to the council, a comprehensive draft to the evaluation document. The town council shall complete, it says it shall complete, the final evaluation document during the budgetary process, and that's in the charter, section 4.2. As of June 1st, I have not been asked any input by the chair about any input on this. So I'm not sure if other council members have, but I just bring that to your attention, Mr. Chair.
So Dan, can I interrupt you real quick just to answer that question?
Yeah.
So you got the same email I get? The town manager and I have been trying to work on getting a software that we can do this with. That software, we found out, doesn't have the protections that we need for the town to protect us for any kind of cyber or any kind of that related. So now the town manager has asked us to basically come back and figure out what we want to do. So that's something that we now need to do. So, but we haven't ignored it. Hasn't not going away. We were trying to do a process that we discovered.
Yep.
One process is just way too expensive. The other process doesn't have any cyber securities. So you have the same email I have, you know that.
I understand
I
that.
just don't want you to present to the public something that's not true.
Well,
So we are working on it.
it's not that I'm presenting something to the public that's not true. It's a, this is what the code says. Our municipal code says one thing, our charter says something else, and the contract says something else. Which is, I'm pointing out that, that is a problem. And then when policies come up or we want to review codes and stuff, we don't do that. We table it, we ignore it. All right? And this is why I'm bringing it up. These things have to be addressed, just like the traffic management issue. Okay? So.
You also are in the same attorney meetings with us, so you can't disclose the contents of those meetings, but feigning ignorance of the contents of those meetings really helps confuse the public.
I'm not confusing the public. It's what it is. It's right in the charter. It's in the.
But Dan, just so the public knows, we did discuss that, and we are working on a plan.
We keep saying we're working on plans, but we don't get anything accomplished.
Okay.
Because I had to go potty.
Oh, you want to say?
So
You have something happy to say, please.
I got 3 things that 4. Again, I want to reiterate, the first concert on the Common is on June 3rd. So that everybody should attend. That's the jazz band. They're always fabulous. Restore the Rec. That is, they're having an event on June 5th from 5 to 8:30. Am I correct, Dave? Yes, correct. Thank you. Also, I want to say a big congratulations to all our 2026 graduates. Their graduation is on June 6th, so yay for them. And there is also Tea for the Vets. It's a fundraiser at the Palmer Barn on the 6th. And I want to say it's 2 to 8, but I could be off on the times. So those are some positive things going on in the town that I hope everyone participates in. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Anything further? All right. I will own public comment.
Mr. Chair, could I start it off with something?
Oh, please, sorry.
No, I want to start off public comment with
sure, go
something
ahead.
from our town clerk,
Oh,
Sherry
yeah.
Farrell, who was unable to make it back.
Yep.
She wants to remind everybody that tomorrow is the last day to change your party before the September primary. The supervisors of the checklist will be in session from 6 to 7 p.m. in the town clerk's office. And you can also change your party in the town clerk's office anytime during open hours. If you do not know what party you are registered as, you can check that on the Secretary of State's website. We've put it up. It's on our newsfeed. It's on Facebook. A bunch of people have shared it. If you have any questions, you can reach out to the town clerk's office tomorrow, and they'll help you through that process. Or you can reach out to the chair of the supervisors of the checklist, Kristen Grages, and she will help you. So you have many options if you're not sure to make sure that you can take care of your party.
And what's
tomorrow.
needed for that?
To change your party, you just need to come in and fill out a form.
You don't need to have an ID?
There's not to do a party change, no.
Okay.
Because you have to already be a registered voter to change it. And
Okay, I just wanted to be sure.
Anyone else have public comment?
Public comment?
Wait a second, you got all of us coming.
Let's go.
Getting late.
Dave Ellis, One Wilshire. I'm one of the people on that Friends of the Meeting House at Londonderry. One of the biggest impediments that we're facing is getting public support and education and raising funds, obviously. And there's one single thing that is blocking both of those. Get the thing on the state registry. Register it as a historic state.
Yeah, we should do that.
Get it on the state registry. There is no cost to the town to do this, as I explained the first time. There is no disadvantage. It doesn't encumber you in the slightest. You can put it on the register, and you can go in there with a contractor and knock the walls out. All that will happen is, if the state finds out, they will delist it.
Can I ask a question? Because thinking through this, and I know we've talked about this several times, if we put this on the register, and then we get, let's say this goes through, and the Save the Meeting House doesn't find a way to save it. Do you have any issue with us removing it after?
No.
Okay.
You can step in, you can put it on this week, and theoretically, you can go back next week and say, I've changed my mind, I want to take it off.
We should do this. It would help them be successful.
I did extract a copy of the website page. I don't have it with me. If you just look up that one page, it's just one page in the Division of Historic Resources. There's a little section, it's no more than about that much on a web page, and it explains and emphasizes that it does not encumber you at all. You can take it on and off.
So I'll save you some time. With that, I think that changes my opinion on the subject, and I think I can see a path forward to us getting that done. Because
the way that you do that, I can supply the town manager with a copy of the form. I was sent a form that has to be filled in. It would require council to vote and agree that that's what you want to do, and then the town manager would fill in and sign the form.
Ron, can we make a motion to have the town manager do it, or do we just ask him?
I think
Let me put it on the agenda so
Okay.
we can get some feedback, that's all.
Okay. I just got excited. Sorry.
Christine Perez, 5 Wesley Drive. I neglected to thank Dave Woolley for helping us decorate the meeting house. I didn't know how to put up a flag. I'm used to the kind you pull up and you wrap it around, but and we got the flags up, we got the plants out there, we got the bunting up and stuff in time for the parade that we didn't have, but it's bringing attention to it, and I just wanted to thank, and also I need to thank the town manager, because I broke a rope that Dave fixed on a Friday afternoon at 5:30, and I was struggling trying to get the MIA flag up, and the town manager stopped by, saw me struggle, and instructed me how. And we've taken responsibility that if it needs to be lowered because, of a reason that it would have to be lowered to half staff, we have taken responsibility of doing that, and we're not leaving that with Dave or the town. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Ann, thank you for your patience.
You're welcome. Well, I have a thanks to the town council. Thank you so much for hiring our town manager, Mr. Mulholland, 1 year ago. Thank you so much for having the foresight to hire this gentleman with his qualities.
It wasn't us. It was these two guys.
Well,
And Ted,
anyways,
who's not
I
here.
have something else to say. Thank you, Mr. Mulholland, for your work. All your work.
Where's the cake?
Also, I'd like to talk about the Londonderry Historical Society. It was about maybe 8 years ago, we started an Antiques Appraisal Day for the Historical Society. I happen to know a qualified appraiser. Of course, he's my cousin. But he came in, I think, the 2017 or right around there was the first time we had an Antiques Appraisal Day at the Morrison House Museum. And we are having another one this year on Saturday, June 13th, with Daniel F. Reedy. For over 35 years, he's been an appraiser, auctioneer, and estate appraisal and disposition services person. But he is the appraiser for the event, and the event will open. The doors will open at 12:30 for pre-registering all the wonderful things you're going to bring in to get assessed.
All your treasures.
And at 1 o'clock, the doors will open to start the appraisals. $10 for one item, $25 for 3 items. And we will have refreshments for our guests. So hopefully you can all come. Make sure I tell you again. Saturday, June 13th. I forgot to mention, it's going to be at the Historical Society's Parmenter Barn.
Time.
What
time, Ann?
Doors open at 12:30 for pre-registering your treasures, and appraisals start at 1 p.m. and go till 3 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to say
I have
that's a
that.
fantastic event.
Oh, yeah.
I brought a picture there one time because I've been going since she started this. And the first time I brought a picture there, and I thought the thing was garbage, and it ended up being worth like $400 or $500. So I was happy.
Ray, thank you for your patience, sir.
Yes. I would just like to say that our grassroots group are serious and perfectly willing to work with the town with your permission. And thank you for the town manager presentation. Thank you for your apparent willingness to work with us. And we want to move forward with some things by contacting Preservation Alliance and so forth. They're perfectly willing to come and meet with us or meet with anyone that wants to listen. And they can be of great assistance to us because they've had plenty of experience with this sort of thing. And so we are willing to take the time to move forward. But keep in mind that this is going to be a process. It's not something that's going to happen next month. Perhaps it's not even going to happen moving really seriously until next year. But there are steps that can be taken, and we're perfectly willing to do that with your permission. I think we have an opportunity to do some good things, and I think there are a lot of other people in town. And by the way, we are planning to have a table at the town common on Wednesday. And we have some flyers here that we passed out to you. And we're not going to press people to do anything, but Mr. Lee, what's his first name? I can't remember. Steve.
And Julie.
And Julie.
Yes.
I've had a conversation with them, and they're perfectly willing to announce that, you know, because they announce the people that donate, businesses and so forth. And so we hope to be there, and if people want to come, ask questions, we can hand out a flyer. And we're also hoping to work with the Art Council and others, and would like to inspire some of the younger folks, you know, people maybe 35 or younger, to also realize about the history, about the potential for using the building. So I think this is good. It's not going to be easy. Everything takes money. But I think it's really important what Dave said, that we definitely should put it on the state register. It's not going to cost the town money. If somebody decides later it's a problem, we can take it off. It's not going to limit us like the federal register, because that way you've got to do certain things. You can't do this, you can't do that. And so it gives the ability, and also it gives us the ability, once we do that, to have a better chance of working with the Preservation Alliance, putting on the 7 to Save, whether or not we're selected or not, that's, you know, that would be determined. So I think there's a lot of good things, and we're willing to put in the time, and we're willing to move forward. We're not expecting to get into the building, to anything, but one of the things that I think is really important is that we need to put a sign on the building, okay? And we're not going to do anything without the approval, but we're certainly willing to, if the sign has to be made.
30 seconds, Ray.
I'm sorry?
30 seconds.
I run out of time?
No.
30
Keep going.
30 seconds
It's 30
more.
seconds to go.
Wrap it
Oh,
up.
30 seconds.
Wrap it up.
You gotta have a red
Sorry.
flag, yellow flag, or something here, I don't know.
Yeah.
Wrap it up, okay. So anyway, I think it would be great. We've obviously got the flags up, we've prettied up the building, made it presentable, but we need to have a sign on the building, and if it costs money, I think I'll pay for it.
Thank
It's
you,
not
Ray.
gonna be that expensive.
Thank you, Ray.
We will.
Yeah. So, I'll wrap it up there. Thank you.
I do have a question for you, Ray. So
Yes.
Preservation Alliance, you mentioned that.
Yeah.
What is that?
What is it?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a group of people that work with buildings, old historic buildings throughout the state of New Hampshire, okay? And particularly timber frame buildings, churches, meeting halls, so forth and so on.
So they're a
For
private
instance,
entity?
The town of Salem has a meeting hall, old meeting hall, and they worked with the Preservation Alliance and others, and we can learn from other towns. Ann Champer and I went to the town of Wyndham. We also went to the town of Bradford, okay? Old town halls, that they did a lot of work to, okay? The one in Wyndham, for instance, they had the DPW and others assemble a building, but while the building was still in use, people were still in there
Town hall.
working.
Okay, thank you.
Well, okay, you asked the
I'm
question.
just saying. No, I'm just saying. I don't want Ann to be talking. Just
Oh,
please, one at a time.
Ann, be
One at a
quiet.
time. Yeah. Just.
But anyway, we took the time, we drove up there,
Yeah.
we met with the people, we talked to the people, and every town is different, every building is different. We don't have to do like some other town did, but we can learn from them, okay?
Right.
For instance, the town of Wyndham,
you go to
they
Jeff.
worked with the DPW, a similar building, dirt underneath the building, problem with the foundation. They went in there, they dug all the dirt out from underneath the foundation, they fixed the foundation, they fixed the sills that were rotted, all while the building was still in. Now, that's a little different situation what we're planning on doing here. We're not going to go to that extent.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank
I appreciate it. Robin, thank you for your patience. You were very patient also.
Thank you for giving me a moment. Robin Stewart, 522. Thank you for the Meeting House for the consideration. We'll get you a timeline as soon as we can. It won't be too long. Second thing I wanted to kind of say or ask, or this traffic committee was a great thing. And I live on Old Mammoth. At 14 years, we've been fighting the traffic up there. This isn't a police issue because the police are up there on a regular basis. It's monitored. It's still foolish. But beyond that, we have 400 apartments within a mile of my house. 400 apartments going up at Technology Hill. Go the other way over to the Triangle Mobile. There's 48 apartments on one side, 40 on the other. SNS is going to have 60 or 66. Either way, you're talking almost 600 apartments within a year, within a mile of my house. So it's not a matter of checking out what the traffic problem is right now. Because if we're not being proactive and thinking about the traffic problem we're going to have in a year, you're going to have so many complaints and such a big deal. You won't have the police to cover it because unless we start looking at that, we won't have the fire department to cover because unless we start looking at those things.
Yep.
And I know that the planning board, I believe, has the ability to stop things or not approve things based on traffic. And I know, Sean, you and I have had this conversation and you reiterated to me that they're an independent board, and you as a planning board don't have the right to tell them what to do. But can we guide them? I don't know if you can. Can you guide them and say, look at the so to speak, in my language, look at the mess you're making, and look at the taxpayer burdens that's going to happen, because you can't possibly have. What do you guys have? 4 people on a shift on the roads?
Just address me, Robin, because
Yeah, that's not gonna, that wouldn't even cover the north end where I am.
Yeah.
What's the rest of the town gonna do? Because we're probably gonna keep them real busy. There was a pretty major accident across from North School. Well, on Rockingham Road. A couple of weeks ago, there was a rollover across from actually the Bacon Barn. But getting out of North School when school's in session, those people can't get out of there. They can't get onto Rockingham Road. What's gonna happen with all this? And we have a chance to be proactive right now. We know all these things are happening because they approved them already. What can we do?
Very good point.
That's a question really for you, Sean.
Oh, sorry. What was the question?
The question is what can you do with the planning board so that they start understanding that the issue is maybe you slow things down a little bit. Maybe you think about looking at because I know they can because of traffic and safety. And it really is traffic and safety issues coming up. You have to be a bit proactive.
So I think that would be more a question for the planning board. I can pass that on to Jake Butler and kind of come back with that. But as far as like us giving direction, it is an independent board, so we can't tell them you need to approve or deny, or you need to do these things. They're in their own function as a quasi-judicial.
I understand
board.
that because you've told me that before, but don't you have the ability to give them some guidance on what happens here, because what's
Back
the
and
point
forth.
of being a,
Yeah.
being,
I think she's trying to
Yeah.
say, can you tell them what happened here, there? Like, am I wrong?
right,
Robin?
that's what I'm asking, is
I'll
why,
speak into the mic,
why
I'm sorry.
can't we guide them a little bit from, we don't have the ability to
She's
say this to them there.
Okay.
They don't have a public.
I will
comment
ask
like we
Sean to
do.
take that under, I'll ask Sean to bring that to the planning board.
Okay, that would be great. And I thought, just one last question. I thought if we asked questions, if anybody asked questions, then the answer was going to be given that day, tonight?
As long as we
Or did
can
that
answer it, we
change?
will.
Oh, okay. You hear questions, I thought you would
Yeah.
know the answer, and I didn't know. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you. You've been very patient also, so thank you.
Janet Hudala, 5 Stony Point Drive. Just a couple of wrap-up comments. One, I'm going to sound like Deb. I made a suggestion on the traffic issue and the traffic circles where they're doing those spin-outs and having it. There's an issue when they do this. They like the line of vision when they go around and you can see the cars. So there are a couple landscaping businesses near there. Maybe we could get some boulders to put in the middle and a tree and block their vision. And that usually cuts it down and they'll move on, okay? It's also an opportunity to think of providing such a park area where they can learn how to drive right. I used to do one-day sessions of like the Department of Forestry's training facility would open up, the Highway Patrol facility would open up so they could go there and drive cars and learn how to do it right. Now, that doesn't mean that they'd all want to participate, but some would, or maybe the Speedway would want to do it. But anyway, for the town. I have concern when we talk about items that cost money, and I can see the town manager's working on it, that we say where we're going to get the money. Like he did tonight about the library and the ongoing cost. I have that for other items too. I'd like to hear that every time to remind you. And Ron, I'd like to remind you, when you're trying to get consensus, you need to take a vote. Ask everybody to take a vote. Are we accepting option so-and-so? Okay? And keep it going. What else? Oh, again, I'm going to ask the counselors, keep it on topic. They went off topic and you didn't catch them, okay? And you need to say, okay, put it on the time frame to keep it all going for that. You'll make my husband very happy because he likes me to be home early and the meetings go on longer than they need to. I also want to mention to the manager, as I went through all the, not all the policies, but the policies, some were 15 pages, some were 7, some were 55, they weren't numbered. Very hard for each of you to read through and note what it is. It would take you more time. It's a simple fix to put page numbers on the document, so it makes it easier. He also gave 10 or 20 minutes for discussion of like 33 pages. Nope. And we're supposed to make public comment. So I'd like to see when those are introduced, there's a proper summary made for it. So those in the public, I doubt you'd get 20 people in town to read 33 pages, okay? Or 15 pages or whatever to know what's talking about. And you, a lot of times you all talk in generalities. Probably me and only Dan are going through the documents. Okay? So if you really want public comment and you just don't want the minority who attends often to speak, then you need to put it in a format that we can and to release it so we can. And the town manager's got to realize, and I know this tendency because I shared it with him, not him personally, but I share that habit. You write something, you spend a lot of time on it, and why don't you just okay it, you know? But that's not the way the system works, okay? It needs some overview. And what else? See if I can read my little notes here. Oh, if you're all working as a team, then we wouldn't have a town manager, as he introduced 1 year, taking on 2 of the council people that he disagrees with in public. It should have been done one-on-one, okay? When he had a disagreement with you, Sean, and he had a disagreement with Ted about what was happening, or he was going to file charges. I get it. He's a fighter. I come from being a fighter. I'm still trying to learn to be a stateswoman, okay? I get that tendency, but if you're working for the town and you want to do what's best for the town, you deal with those issues another way, and that could cut legal cost. And I'm not so concerned about legal costs when you're trying to do it the right way and make sure things turn out right. And you will have them, especially when you're in elected positions. Each of you don't come with specialties or expertise on what a counselor job used to be. We need an informed and educated and brilliant town manager to keep things running smoothly as we have elections. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else with public comment?
Can I speak again?
No.
No.
Seeing none, I will close public comment. I will accept the motion to adjourn. Motion from Sean.
Second.
Second from Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair will stay affirmative. Thank you, everyone.